Good morning. Welcome to this April 7th meeting of the Charlotte City Council Transportation Planning and Development Committee. We'll start as usual with introductions, beginning in the far corner.
Hi everybody, Sarah Hagel, City Manager's Office.
Aaron Tower, Office of Sustainability.
David Saylor, Office of Sustainability. Robin Byers, Office of Sustainability.
Heather Bolick, Office of Sustainability.
Strong contingent. Okay.
Catherine Mahoney, Planning.
Kathy Cornett, Planning Staff.
Monica Holmes, Interim Planning Director.
Allison Craig, Assistant City Manager.
Malcolm Graham, Committee Member.
Marjorie Molina, Committee Member and Vice Chair.
Ed Driggs, Committee Chair.
Liz Babson, Assistant City Manager.
Yolanda Jones, Planning Staff.
Jessica Bigelow, Planning.
Ann Peterson, Planning.
Anybody online?
Good morning, Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
That's it online? All right. So we have two topics today, an update on community area planning and an update on the Strategic Energy Action Plan. So why don't I just hand over directly to whom? Monica? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good morning. We're very excited to be here with you today to talk about the community area plans. They were all 14 plans were released last Thursday to the public. So 2 years of work in the making by a cross-collaborative team across the city and county. Yes, that is exactly what they look like. We're very excited to have last Thursday come and get here and us to be able to start to get feedback on the plans. So this morning you're going to hear from Kathy Cornett and Catherine Mahoney on, this is really the second presentation in a series to really talk about what these plans mean for you, for our community, for the development community, for community members, and how they can use them going forward. So as a reminder, this is the second major implementation item from the comprehensive plan. It builds on the policies that we adopted in the comprehensive plan, and it is the next major task, so it provides that more refined details on each area. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kathy to get us started, and we're happy to answer questions at the end of the presentation. So thank you.
Thanks, Monica. So as Monica mentioned, this is part 2 of a 2-part presentation. So we have this an informational presentation. Last month, we were here talking about we're focusing on the 2 most common ways that council would see or use the area plans. And when I say use them, I say you'll be seeing pieces of the plans that staff will present to you so you can know where this information's coming from. So last month we focused on the rezoning process, which is obviously you're very familiar with, and today we're going to focus on examples from how these plans can inform the capital investment process as well. So here's just a reminder of where we've been. So we've been to this committee a couple of times this year. We've been to full council. And then we'll give you an idea of how we would like to move forward through council action. So we would love to have a public comment jointly with Planning Committee on April 28th, and then come back to committee next month, and then hopefully have council action at the end of May. So just a reminder too that these plans are essentially about creating complete communities. And when we talk about complete communities, those are places where you have the opportunity to live, work, and play because all your daily needs, your access to housing, jobs, goods, and services are in close proximity. And also as a reminder, this is the, as Monica said, the second major implementation item from the comprehensive plan. It used a 5-step process to create 14 area plans over a 2-year period. So phase 1 focused on setting the stage, identifying each geography's greatest needs in terms of access to housing, jobs, goods, and services. And that work was then summarized through community reports that were available on the project website for almost a year. So as we move through each of the phases, all the results of each phase have been available for the public to view. So phase 2 focused on tweaks to the policy map that was adopted in March of 2022. So really kind of tailoring that map to each of the 14 geographies. Phase 3 focused on supporting the vision, so the plan, projects, and programs that help realize the vision. We know it's not just land use, but it is other things that help us to realize our vision. So each of these pieces, the revised policy map has been available. There was a web tool that was accessible 24/7 where folks could see projects and programs. We also had in-person and virtual options available to engage the public through that. And where we are, what phase 4 focused on was putting all that great work of the community together into one package so it can tell a complete story that they can now look at. So we finally are talking about the plans and have them physically in our hands instead of talking about hypotheticals of what they will be. You can actually see what they are now. So these plans, we've mentioned this a few times, were developed through a systematic process, and I'll go into a little more detail about that in a minute. And they apply the comprehensive plan goals at the community level. So each area has a community profile that outlines who lives, works, and plays in each area, what growth is expected by 2040, and what each community's greatest needs are to ensure that expected growth benefits everyone. So I've mentioned that the plans were created through a systematic process, so they were all created in the same way and include the same elements, but the content within each is individualized or unique to that specific geography. So you can see this is an example or an outline of what we mean by what pieces are common and what pieces are unique. So the unique content, obviously the community profile, the existing conditions, demographics, et cetera, that's unique to each area. Each plan has one. Community needs and goals, obviously that's unique to each area. So all 10 goals of the comprehensive plan are important, but some goals, on average, I'd say like 4 are priorities for each of the different 14 geographies based on their needs. Also, there's guidance about creating complete communities. So the way we evaluate development requests is common, no matter which area we're talking about, but the recommended development pattern and the type of change would be unique to each area. Also in the common bucket, because I know that you see, for example, N1 rezoning petitions on a fairly frequent basis, there is guidance that is common to each of the plans in terms of how you can evaluate that and provide more information and richer information for how those policies can be evaluated in the Creating Complete Community section. As far as supporting the vision, so the policies for integrating open space, mobility choice, et cetera, is treated the same way, no matter the geography. But again, the needs of each geography are unique. And there are assessments in the plan that focus on mobility, open space, placemaking, environmental impacts that are unique to each geography that'll help give you a more complete picture of the needs for that geography. Also, one common element is there's a neighborhood toolkit that is part of the appendix. And that toolkit outlines about 50 different programs that the city offers. Those programs are all within, this is a one-stop shop in terms of the toolkit, And then we have those programs categorized according to the different buckets that I just talked about: mobility, open space, placemaking, et cetera, so that community members, leaders, et cetera, if they're wanting to do a project or have something to enhance their community, they can look in this toolkit and see what's available, how can I find out more information, what's it intended to do, et cetera. And then I've talked about a common set of consideration for all scenarios. So last month, we focused on what does that mean in the rezoning process and how would that play out. And this month, I mentioned we're going to focus on capital investment decisions. So how does that play out? And I'll turn it over to Catherine in just a minute to focus on that. But finally, we know that plans are implemented in a variety of different ways, and there's a variety of different players. So you commonly see future development in the rezoning process, but there's also capital improvements. Those are the two we're focusing on. Also, an important element will be our future alignment rezoning process, and then any public and private partnerships. So right now, I'll turn it over to Catherine and let her walk you through a capital investment example.
Good morning. Thank you. So as Kathy has said, these plans offer a common set of considerations which allow us to consistently evaluate decisions in line with our city's vision. So today I'll walk through two examples of how these plans can offer common considerations for capital investments. I'll start by saying these plans were developed in coordination with our partners, and so they don't conflict with our partners' policies or priorities. But these plans may not be the absolute or only thing they evaluate when making their decisions. So it becomes an extra reference for them. So starting with mobility, as you all know, the comprehensive plan included goal number 5, which is to provide safe and equitable mobility choices across the city. And then after the plan was adopted, the Department of Transportation developed the strategic mobility plan, which provides more guidance for advancing that goal. So community area plans are the next level of guidance, or the third level, and as such, it falls in line with the guidance from the SMP and the 2040 plan and restates that safe and equitable mobility is important across Charlotte. Then it moves on to summarize the mobility choices that are expected in each area per existing policies. So our policies through place types provide guidance for the type of mobility choices that are expected, as well as the Charlotte street map that provides street classifications of what we want to see our arterials evolve into over time. So in this example, just southwest of 485 in Harrisburg, the blue denotes a community activity center designation, and that is one of our most walkable integrated places. And then the streets map shown on the blue and purple provides a cross-section for those arterials and collectors. So these area plans are consolidating existing policies to show that there's very clear guidance for what our mobility choices should be in the future. Then after summarizing existing policies, the plans move on to summarize planned projects and existing programs. So specifically, the Department of Transportation has identified potential projects through their strategic investment area work, and these plans summarize that great information. It also summarizes existing mobility programs that address infrastructure needs. So for example, the sidewalk program, the bike program, and the resurfacing program. And then, as Kathy mentioned in the toolkit, it also summarizes other programs that are more available to neighbors who want to take some sort of action in their community. So to this point, the plans have really summarized adopted policies, planned projects, and existing programs, all to provide a very clear idea of what's to come. Then the plans move on to provide some new information. As Kathy mentioned, this is part of that unique content called assessments. And in this example, the mobility assessment evaluates areas that are supposed to become mixed-use places. So a place that should become a neighborhood center, a community activity center, regional activity center, or innovation mixed use. We've focused on these areas because they will see the most change and growth over time. So what we did is we evaluated what the existing conditions in that area are in terms of our mobility aspirations. It's hard to see here. But what is the pedestrian network like? How many crossings are there? What is the transit access? And we scored these areas in hopes that this information becomes another data point for future project selection or funding prioritization. It also serves as a reference for developers when they're putting together project proposals about, how they can help put together a project that serves the community. So this slide kind of illustrates how these pieces come together. Again, we're at Harrisburg and 485. It's recommended to become a mixed-use integrated walkable place. The Department of Transportation has identified potential projects, and then all these pieces come together to help select project implementation. This, obviously, the Harrisburg Road Sidewalk Project has already happened, but it's illustrative of how we hope these plans will inform future project selection over time. So moving on to community character, in a similar fashion, the plans provide very clear guidance on what our building form should be and what the design of our public realm should be across the city, as shown here in place types. So again, in this example, an area that was previously manufacturing and logistics could evolve into innovation mixed use, which is going to have more land uses, different building types, and should have more open spaces and public amenity or public realm amenities integrated throughout. So we're providing that clear idea of what the character should become over time. And then, as Kathy explained, we have a neighborhood toolkit which catalogs all the existing programs that neighborhoods can tap into to help enhance or maintain their community character. I will mention that we have committed to maintaining this document on an annual basis in line with our annual reporting of the 2040 work. So we'll make sure it stays relevant so that it continues to be useful for the community. And then similar to mobility, we include a placemaking assessment for all the mixed-use areas, meaning areas recommended to become mixed-use, again, because they'll see the most change. And so we evaluate how they currently stack up in terms of public space, public art, wayfinding, that sort of thing. And hopefully these findings become information for partners who are prioritizing placemaking dollars, such as buying benches, funding public art, or planting trees. And here's an example of how that could come together. Here's the Beatty Ford Road corridor, which is envisioned to become a neighborhood center. And so, as with the Ritz at Washington Heights, it warrants investments in its public spaces. So hopefully these two examples give you an idea of how we hope the plans can be used in capital investment planning.
So we know that planning is an iterative process. We make plans, but then there's always unforeseen circumstances. Plans help us to pivot better when those things happen. The comprehensive plan outlines a layered approach that you can see here, with the comprehensive plan really being the umbrella document that all these other type of plans nest under. So you can see community area plans are the third level of planning. There's also strategic and action plans that are above that. So examples of that would be the strategic energy action plan that you're seeing today, the strategic mobility plan. This helps to make sure that all of these plans knit together, and as Catherine has mentioned, that we are all working together to create a more holistic vision that the community can understand. What do these things mean for me, where I live, work, and play? And it also doesn't mean that there won't be other planning. So there will be needs for specific plans, and an easy example of that would be transit station area plan. So we will continue to do other types of planning, and what I think you will see most frequently is those that address specific situations moving forward. In terms of feedback, so as we enter the review and adoption phase, that's a whole nother opportunity for the public to provide feedback now on the drafts that they've seen of all their work coming together. We expect that there will be comments and that there would probably be changes to some of these things. There's a variety of ways to comment. So Throughout the process, we've been very committed to having what we call constant, coordinated, and collaborative communication and opportunities for input. So we have a virtual open house that's available on our website that's basically like attending a public meeting. You're walking through a space virtually and looking at boards and providing information, and you have the ability to make comments. So that is available 24/7. We have copies of the draft plans at all of our libraries, and they're also available, hard copies are available upon request. We're hosting office hours, which we started last week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Those are virtual opportunities at lunchtime in the afternoon, but we have had some neighborhood groups contact us and want to do that in person, and we're happy to do that as well. We're also happy to come to neighborhood meetings as appropriate. So there are a variety of ways to comment, and the comments will also, as we have done throughout all of these processes, we will respond to each and every comment, and those responses will be available online, and we'll update those weekly. So finally, I'll just revisit what we hope our review and adoption schedule will look like. We would love to have public comment with Planning Committee on April 28th. We'd like to come back to this committee for for a referral to full committee, and we hope for a council decision later this month. And additionally, throughout this process, we look forward to hearing from the community, our other partners, interdepartmental partners, county partners, et cetera, and the industry as well. And we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
So colleagues, questions? I think everybody's a little overwhelmed. I do want to welcome Councilmember Johnson to the call. Good morning, Renee.
Good morning, I'm here, thank you. I
Yeah.
do have a question.
You do?
I do,
Yeah, go ahead.
thank you. I just wanted to ensure that the public has an opportunity to respond or to comment. I appreciate the information. We know that the plan moved forward, or the process started, I think, with less than 1% of the community engagement. So I think we as a council, and this is not public, and that the information is as transparent as possible. So I appreciate the information that you provided. Do we have the website? Is it published? And can we make sure that's published in the link for this meeting and on our Facebook page and in any other place that we can put that information out? I think we need to be very intentional about ensuring that the community is able to, or has the information.
Yes, we're happy to do that. We're happy to do that. We also have a social media strategy for the entire process where we'll be posting along the way, and on our website all of the locations that you mentioned, and we're happy to enhance that in any way that you think is appropriate.
Okay, and I think we should utilize the government television station if we're posting this information there. And we keep talking about the UDO and the plans. It needs to be understandable. This is a lot of information, very technical information. So if we can ensure that we're communicating on a level where residents can receive it, I think that would be helpful as well.
I didn't mention, and I should have, that we do have a 2-minute video on the website as well that explains the plans, their purpose, et cetera. So that's also available.
That's great news. Thank you.
Ms. Molina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you guys for the presentation. I want to make sure I lift up that this, I realize, is a huge undertaking. Actually, the release was the day of my town hall, like a few hours before, and I wish I could have incorporated some of this information with what we were actually delivering, especially for East Side residents. I did get a chance to briefly go over and attempt to try to digest as much of this as I possibly could. And I guess I'll start with the end in mind. Last night I got a call from a colleague to ask me about the Plaza Road extension and Far East area. And they wanted to know which, because that's kind of no man's land. It's not listed in either the Northeast Middle Outer or the East Middle Outer. Did y'all Were you aware of that?
It should be in there. I thought that that was the East Middle Outer is my memory of it.
Yeah, I want to, and we can circle up offline, because
Yeah.
I want to make sure that I get a definitive answer around that. As we continue to have this conversation, the diversity of all districts will be that we have, these diversity of place types. And all districts have far-reaching areas. It's just not, the more recent unannexed portions, like some of the Far East neighbors have. And actually, it was Commissioner Jarrell. He actually lives in the Far East. And he was asking me where exactly is that? Is it in the Northeast Middle Outer, or the East Middle Outer? And I was actually on the phone with him last night, and we were trying to figure out where it was, and I couldn't find it. So I told him that I was going to lift that up so that we can, I think, and I think this will be something, because again, I don't have access to the other ones right now to say what they are comparatively speaking, but I am aware that we all have, those far-reaching areas. So I'll just use this as an example to say some of our more rural, outer-reaching areas as we go through this plan. One of the things that I found as far as comments are concerned is that when we say 10-minute neighborhood, I know that we got 10 priorities for the, 2040 plan, or 10 goals, and we have 4 priorities, right? But when we say to someone 10-minute neighborhood and they live in a previously unannexed area, they expect that there's going to be development that makes that area congruent with some of our neighborhood place types that are more walkable and accessible via transportation, different transportation modes. I did write down a few things that I want to make sure that I lift up as well. As I look through, I took an extensive amount of notes, and I don't want to take over the meeting with some of the notes that I got, but, comparing East, Middle, Outer, and this is just an example, right? Contextually speaking, East, Middle, Outer, so that for context, anybody listening, that's like Shamrock, Briar Creek, Wendover, and parts of Independence Boulevard is what I surmised. And we have projected home growth, right? And this is what the townhome was about, right? It was about jobs and where people live. And we have diversity of that based on place type, And in the East, Middle, Outer, there's projected only 4,300 jobs. So I wonder are there going to be how are we going to measure that? Do we have measurements on what do we intend to do for the neighbors that can't work or don't have the opportunity to work where they live, right? And this is actually portions of District 4 and District 5. We all know that. The Northeast Middle Outer, that for context is Tryon Street, Robinson Church Road, the Plaza, Eastway, Sugar Creek. Those are the parts that come into District 5, and then those areas in District 4. But because it actually encompasses that University City area that is, it's a freight rail corridor, right? It's nearest to transit and job hubs. Their projected job growth is it's more than double, right? The East Middle Outer, right? So from an equity standpoint, right there by itself, there's something that we're missing, right? So how do we compensate for the community members that live in places like this? And I've tried my very best, and I think that's why community conversations are going to be very, very important. Because if someone sees that on a surface level and we can't explain to them that this is what we intend based on what that traditional, road, actually it's car-oriented design is what the language I read said. East Middle Outer is definitely more car-oriented designed. Northeast Middle Outer, it's a freight line corridor. It has, several different transit opportunities that would reach them and even highway access that would change the perspective of how they grow. So from an equity lens, right, when we're planning through this, I think we have to be intentional and we have to, you said something that I wrote down that I thought was very, very important. We're going to maintain the community character annually. I think that's something that we have to, there needs to be a portion of this that's malleable based on what this projected growth is, because, the neighbors won't see equal implementation, and it's just because of infrastructure. And I reiterated this at the town hall, so this isn't an attack. It's just being intentional around how we serve our neighbors, how we communicate with our neighbors, and how we make sure that if we can't provide this because of the way that our infrastructure is right now currently set up, what are we doing to offset that for the neighbors across the city? And like I said, I'm just using the east side as an example because this is information that I'm focused on as a result of the recent town hall and the information that I have to study here. So I also want to lift up the complete communities, right? When we say that, I think that's what determines what would be a complete community. I think we have to be transparent about that. What can determine some of these place types? And I know that you said they were studied, but and I don't want to get that technical because this isn't something that we're going to disseminate to the public. Hey, here are the quantitative metrics that we used to design how we would make those decisions. But on a baseline level, how do we say that we were fair and equitable in those decisions that we made across the board, across demographics, across these 14 area plans? I like that they're layered. I like that we intend for them to work in tandem from transit to energy to a comprehensive overall plan. I like that we have that comprehensive nature in how we intend to look at this. And I think from, and even with the SEAP, I said this in a meeting and I wasn't trying to be condescending to anybody. I realize that if we adopt this now in place, life will happen, things will happen. You understand what I'm saying? And when the next councils, the future councils are talking about this 6 years from now, they will need to make updates to this because something will have happened from a legislative perspective. We have the east side that has the neighborhood protections that are the first of its kind, that we have on hold right now, what we plan to give them because we can't give it to them because of things that are happening at the state legislature, right? Those are things we don't account for. Right, so we've promised, Burtonwood that we would give them the opportunity to protect their neighborhood, and they have buy-in, but we can't give it to them because it's on hold because of something that's beyond our control. So, like I said, even if this is successful, I think we have to make sure that we give our staff the ability to make this as malleable as possible, right? Understanding that there will be changes that are beyond our control, and there are inequities that we can't undo, right? A car-oriented location, even if we provide rail, hypothetically, if there was a money pot and we said there was going to be rail, we're looking at more than a decade to even provide that infrastructure, right? So they can't get that implementation right now. Ed McKinney is my favorite person when it comes to transit. He is absolutely and extremely adept at this information in a way that I enjoy listening to. And the strategic, investment areas are going to be our friends, especially for those far-reaching areas of our city, so that we can provide equity. So I just want to lift up, like I said, how, what, from an equity lens perspective, how are we demonstrative in these actions when we provide this to the public and saying, we've done this, here's what we're done. We're open to what you have to say so that we can get that ongoing feedback is what I have for you ladies.
We definitely did hear in all of our workshops that we did on the east side about jobs being important and accessibility being important and the complete communities, which we know these are 20-year plans and not everywhere has all the elements for a complete community, but this helps to identify what the needs are in terms of that so that we can move forward over the next 20 years to putting the things in place from both an accessibility and infrastructure and economic development to set up for those things. So definitely have heard that. And the other thing in terms of implementation, I didn't mention, I should have, there is an implementation plan. I don't think you got it as part of your materials, but there is that have priorities. Who's identified, what department is lead?
There's some of that in here.
Yeah, you did get, what department is supporting, is it long, medium, or short term? And then what goals in the comprehensive plan does it connect to? But that piece is not adopted, so it doesn't put in place funding mechanisms. That happens through a separate process, so that'll help to be more malleable as well. And the final thing I would say is that when we talk about these projections in terms of demographics and jobs, those are regional projections that are agreed upon at a regional level, and then we've brought them down to what is the growth expected for Charlotte, and then broke it out into each of the geographies. But it all feeds back up into a regional growth projection.
Okay.
And I would just to add on the regional growth projection, something that's very interesting is we as a region are moving towards a very coordinated approach on that growth model so that we are infrastructure, fire, that we're coordinating amongst all agencies. So that's something that is just now starting to be reflected in planning work and in the comprehensive plan and the community area plan. And going forward, that coordination will live within our joint use task force, and so that we can all work together. So if one thing changes, then that's reflected in other decisions as well. So it's not in isolation. So I think that is exciting work that's like 20 years in the making, right? Y'all were telling me that it started. Anyways, that's kind of, we're all moving in that direction now, and it gets updated on how frequently does the regional?
Every 3 years, 5 years?
4 years.
Every 4 years, the regional model gets updated with new information and new projections. So that does, we're syncing our efforts to when those are updated so that it is responsive and that it all works together.
Right, that's good. Okay. No, and my colleague, who is extremely adept at this information, I mean, Ed has, sometimes I listen to him talk, and you can tell this dude is like digesting this stuff on lunch breaks. I'm trying to catch up, Ed. But from what I could digest over the weekend, once I got a chance to look at it, this is just my, beginning perspectives on what I was able to collect based on the information that I was able to read. So, like I said, this is a huge undertaking. I know that these will be continued efforts. I'm encouraged with what you're saying here. I'm looking forward to the plans on communicating with the public and how, we'll make sure that we're holding our end of the bargain with how we intend to implement these plans. But thank you so much.
So I'd like to note that our colleague, Ms. Mayfield, is also on the call. Good morning. Any other questions? So I have a couple of questions, but before, and I'm also mindful we need to leave enough time for the next phase, but the first thing I need to do is make a bit of a confession. Last year or sometime, I expressed skepticism about the timeline for the creation of these plans, and I told Ms. Craig, there's no way that this gets done. And I have to admit, I underestimated the Marvel Universe team that did this, but I actually made a bet, and therefore...
I promise her. This is, hold on, wait.
You win. You win.
I guess we go on camera too. This is awesome.
So, and frankly, each of you should have the same, but on my council salary, I can't do that. Okay? All right, so a couple of things. I think Ms. Johnson's comments were very much on point, and you've heard it elsewhere, but I want to be clear about one thing. The members of the public who participate in this are a very small group of activists. The general public does not have the time or inclination to dive in. They rely on us to do that. That's why we were elected. And that's why I've been emphasizing the whole time the role of council members in all of this, because like in any government situation, rather than try to do all the work of government individually, what you do is you choose somebody that you trust to do that for you. And so I'm conscious of a responsibility I have without requiring that my constituents walk with me through all of this. I need to know who they are, I need to have a feeling for what's going on in my district, and I need to interpret what I know in the context of the plan. So I just want to emphasize that also to my colleagues. It's up to us, not to just facilitate conversations, but to use what we know to speak for the people that elected us. I also want to mention that just procedurally, you talked about the alignment process. So I'm guessing that the way this works is the alignment gets done, that updates the policy map, and that becomes the reference for plan consistency. Is that right?
So the policy map is what the alignment rezoning process will be based on. So they're waiting on us to have this revised policy map adopted to begin their work, to match up the zoning, to match the policy map.
So the policy map will be updated
Yes.
as part of this, right?
Yes.
And I think it is based on what we've already seen, like the draft that's out there, update, or is there more work being done on that?
No, that work was part of phase 2, and a big piece of that work was working with the entitlement services team. And so they had a plethora of comments that they provided us that were inputs into that revised policy map. So right now, there's the revised policy maps available online and the adopted one, so you can compare the two.
Right, okay. So I'm just thinking about the past where it used to be that the plan consistency related to the area plan, right? It's different now. And so anybody that kind of knows about that needs to understand the difference, and that we are now basing plan consistency on the policy map.
Yes, so just to add on to that, we are working on updated memos and plan consistency so that when this is adopted, that would be reflected in the rezoning process. So you will see that new language be reflected, in your rezoning process that is syncing to the area plans. And just like Catherine spoke to last month, kind of how that will play out. And so you'll see a new look and feel, and it referenced the work that's in here and the policy in here. Just a note on the alignment rezoning process, given where we are with state law right now, there are refinements and adjustments that when we move forward, we'll have to have property owner consent and work within that, given our current state law. So just to be clear how that will
Right,
happen.
yes.
And the alignment rezoning process will update the zoning map.
Yeah.
How long is that expected to take?
It would take well, we would look to do it in phases, obviously prioritizing areas where we expect to see change. So it would happen over time and in phases. And depending on the framework at the state at the time we move forward, our approach would change a little depending on where we are with state law.
And to be clear about that, that will be like something we already did once, which is a wholesale redesignation or application of zoning classification to parcels, right? I
Yes.
mean, right down to the, and that will not change anybody that has an existing presence. They're not required to change it. It will be prospective in terms of any future use of the land.
Yes.
But I'm also trying to figure out, like, sequentially, we approve these plans. What happens then?
This sets the policy. So you approve this plan, and it just sets the policy. So at that point, where that is reflected is in the things we talked through, the rezoning. So you would see when you have a case, it would be tested against this policy. So that would show up in the memos that you get.
So starting when? Like, you remember
Starting
we-
in June. If we adopted in May, starting in June, you would see this referenced.
Right, but I'm a petitioner, right? And I'm working on a long schedule,
Right.
okay? So you remember, we had a process where we said at these dates in the future, you'll be required to play by these rules, right? So do we have a scheme like that when we tell people, this is when your petition is going to be looked at through the lens of the area plan?
We do, and we can make sure that's clearly communicated. Because this has happened in phases, all of the information is currently available for the policy map. So they're using what will be adopted now, they're looking at it. So they look at what's adopted and what's proposed typically. So we can make sure that that's very clear and on our website that people are getting that information. But the coordination between Kathy's team and Dave's team can ensure that. But remember, it's policy, not, when we did the UDO, that was changing people's actual, what they could do with the property. This is the policy in which is guiding them. Right. It's very important.
In
but-
order for this to have any effect, it needs to inform our decisions.
Right.
Right? And the people applying to us for permission to do things need to know how we're going to view those. So if they're going to find out, well, I am now applying some criteria from my plan, and based on that, I don't like your petition, that creates an uncertain environment.
Right.
And that's why I want to be clear about the sequence of events, when these things are going to start to matter, and I hope that we can get this information out in such a way that anybody at the early stages of developing a plan will know exactly what to expect when the time comes for that to get voted on. And we don't introduce elements during the progress of the petition that moves the goalposts. So I just have sort of operational concerns like that. I mentioned to you in our earlier meeting, I look forward to hearing from industry representatives about whether or not they have concerns on the alignment of the plan with their outlook for the market, because we can't try to do things that are too far removed from what people want, right? Where the demand is in the market. I think that's all I have now. We really need to go on to the next topic on our agenda, but I do want to say it's kind of interesting, having been on council for 11 years, to think about how far we've come. And this is not ordinary, right? This is something that won't happen again for a long time. It hadn't happened before for 30 or 40 years. So I'm excited about that and really appreciate the quality of the work you're doing. Thank you. Okay, our next agenda item then is the SEAP update. And who am I actually, who wants to talk about that? Ms. Hazel?
I'll kick it off and then I'll hand it over to the rest of the team.
Okay, good.
So thank you. This is, I think, a bit of a recap from the past several meetings. I'm going to let Heather Bullock, who is our new Chief Sustainability and Resiliency Officer, kick this off, and then she'll hand it over to Dr. Robin Byers. And so, Heather, are you ready?
Good morning. Hope you all are doing well. We are so aligned that we are putting forth our plans at the same time. So we're coming back here today just to talk with you about the update to the Strategic Energy Action Plan, and we'll go over the timeline as well. But really what we're asking is that this council committee review the SEAP update that was issued last week and sent out to the public on Friday, and to really push to our stakeholders and review that and let us know if you have any significant comments on it or changes that you would like to see. The key takeaways for today are really that this is an update to our plan that council adopted in late 2018. What is integrated into this plan is just a look again at the greenhouse gas emissions inventory to confirm what the biggest emission sources are, to also look at climate risk and to align our plan with those risks, and to update our goals to be science-based targets, but also be ambitious but achievable. This was developed with input from internal city departments through the SEAP operations team, local sustainability experts, so we had a technical advisory committee, and also the public. We had a lot of public engagement events, and actually aligned with planning as they worked on theirs. So finally, the SEAP update aligns with a range of our focal areas and with the benefits and impacts of those focus areas. Just a little bit of a review of where we've been and where we hope to go. So you can see these council communications that we've had over the past year. And we hope to after this committee and the public has reviewed the SEAP update over the next couple of weeks, then we will come back to this committee hoping to get your approval to move to full council. And we will do the review of the SEAP update hopefully on May 12th, and then for a proposed adoption on the 27th. And I'll hand it over to Dr. Robin Byers to talk more about the update.
So we heard you loud and clear with our last presentations that we have a lot of information, and it was a lot at once. And so what we're going to do today is just go over the information, how you'll see it in the SEAP updated document itself, so through the structure. So we're going to start, this is our recommitment to the 5 stages to zero carbon energy. You would have seen this in the 2018 SEAP, and we have put it in at the beginning of the SEAP as well. Just to reiterate, we're talking about shifting your energy demand, how we can reduce energy consumption in our lives, changing the energy that is consumed based on the sources, generating energy on site, and then purchasing the remainder. The next thing we talk about is our public engagement. What I really want to highlight here is that we did meet with our SEAP operations team, as Heather had said, and so we got a lot of engagement with our internal city departments. But we did actually a lot more with those departments than what's depicted on this. And so, yes, we had these larger SEAP operations team meetings, but we also had one-on-ones with specific departments where the goals, strategies, and actions that you'll see in the plan relate directly to their workflow. Also want to highlight our external engagement. We did have a technical advisory committee. You see the list of the names and their associations, so we did make sure that we got business input and input from folks that are in this field. We also have ambassadors, and so our ambassadors help give us feedback, but then also disseminate this information out through their networks to give us a bigger reach. This slide is an update of our goals. One of the documents that you guys have with you is a comparison of 2018 to this SEAP update. Just want to highlight a couple of things. One is we are updating our community-wide goal and adding a new community-wide goal there. And then we're taking our municipal goal, that was one goal that included buildings and fleet, and we've separated them out because they do need to be treated differently. Again, these are still reach goals. It's not really a goal if you're not challenging yourself to reach something new, but they're also grounded, and they're grounded in a lot of the data that we have based on implementation from 2018, what we see in our community, and the updated science in this area. So the next thing you'll see is an overview of our greenhouse gas emissions inventory. You've seen this chart before. Just to share, we realize that this is a lot of very heavy scientific information and very technical. And so in the main part of the document, we have an overview. But if you are one of those people like me that loves to geek out on data, the appendix has a lot of the details in it so that you can go there and see how the sausage was made, in a sense. But here you can see we started in 2015 with 13.6 tons carbon dioxide equivalent per capita, and in 2023, which is the data we have, down to 8.7. So we've made some really good progress across the city. This is based on what we do as the City of Charlotte, as well as all of our residents and the market. So again, Heather said, the one new thing, the plus of the SEAP Plus, is really bringing in this climate risk assessment. Again, there is an overview in the main portion of the document, and then there's an appendix that goes into all of the details of this work. We just want to highlight here, extreme heat was the one, like the top concern that people had, the most perceived concern, and the one that they were concerned with the most. We have seen a 300% increase in extreme heat, and you can see on the right that is a heat map we have. It's based on land surface temperature. And we've been working with some other folks in the area that do air temperature and how does it actually feel to residents. And so we're talking about how to pull that all together now. And so our focus areas, again, Heather said this is an update, so we're not changing a whole bunch. We're updating what we currently have. And so the three main focus areas from the original SEAP are staying the same. This is buildings, energy generation, and transportation. So how do we power and build our buildings? Where does our energy come from? And then how do we move throughout our city? We also added cross-sectional. So cross-sectional, we actually changed the name. You may have heard us call it cross-cutting before, but we realized that was intuitive to maybe us, but not necessarily everybody else. So cross-sectional, what that means is that's where we're branching out into some of these new connections that we have that we really need to highlight in order to achieve our goals. I do want to make a note that previously the fourth focus area was workforce development. That has not gone away, that has been embedded. So now we have workforce development focused on buildings, on energy generation, on transportation, and then also wrapped into these cross-sectional areas. And so what does all this mean? Well, here are our focus areas. They are on the left, and then on the right are the strategies. A lot of the strategies align with our goal. And what we did there was we took the 4 goals that we're proposing and we split them up to talk about how and what that means for the different focus areas. So you'll see a lot of those are similar. For buildings, again, the first one is aligned with our overall city goal. And then strategy 2 and 3, there's a focus on residential buildings versus non-residential buildings because they're done differently. With energy generation, again, net zero emissions from electricity generation. We have our renewable energy generation goal. We've also added develop a suite of educational tools because it's great that we know what this means, but how do we get the information out to the public so that they can make decisions as well for themselves? Transportation, again, this aligns with our transportation goals, but we also have strategy 8, which really connects us with the strategic mobility plan and really supporting that 50-50 mode shift. A lot of that language you'll see is very similar, if not the exact same, from the SMP to make sure that we're aligned as we move forward. And then again, this last focus area, cross-sectional, this is where we have all new strategies. So these are things like developing smart data approach. We have a dashboard. We need to make sure it's updated to reflect this updated plan, and we'll continue to add data to it, as well as communicate that to the public with a newsletter. So we have promoting waste reduction and diversion. This came out a lot in our public engagement, as well as with our technical advisory committee, that we need to connect more directly with waste. Establish public-private plus partnerships. Coordinating and supporting the tree canopy action plan. This does a lot for our climate risk and helps support us in our strive for sustainability and our goals. And so how can we work better together? Overall climate resilience, because it's not just trees, even though I'm sure everyone calls the tree departments for that. And then lastly, efforts to optimize water usage. So again, all of these we did connect with city departments. So solid waste, Charlotte Water, again, the planning department. We're all part of how we created this language and the different actions you'll see in the plan that support that. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to Heather.
Just very quickly, wanted to highlight something that we're pretty excited about. I hinted at it in our last presentation to this committee, but wanted to now announce it since it's coming out this week, which is the Best Places to Work Sustainability Award at the Charlotte Business Journal. So we really think that this is a great way to showcase our partners on Power Down the Crown, which is our voluntary benchmarking program, and to also gain new members in that initiative. So we're really excited to move that forward, and you can see quotes from Train Technologies here and Coca-Cola Consolidated, who are 2 of our biggest partners, and we're really glad to elevate this work. And finally, 2 additional considerations. As we've talked about several times, collaboration is really in our DNA. You know, we are a small but mighty team, but that means that we have to talk to all different departments across the city to really work together on this big ambitious plan. And so with that, we want to make sure to include, of course, the 2040 comprehensive plan, which includes the community area plans and the tree canopy action plan. Corridors of opportunity is definitely a huge integration with our team with Green Prints, which is the sustainable infrastructure overlay onto the corridors. And then the workforce development strategic plan, we are very much embedded with workforce development. We actually sit on the same floor as workforce development. And so we're working with them on opportunities to integrate all of these really plans that come together in a great way. So implementing the SEAP. So hopefully, with an adoption of the update in May, we will move towards, from this foundational space of really continuing to advance already planned projects with our capital budget, our programs like Green Prints, and initiatives to maintain that momentum. In the year one post-adoption, we'll really think about our implementation strategy. How do we take this plan and really make it into action? And we will continue to gain opportunities as they arise. For example, any kind of grant opportunities or philanthropic opportunities. And then year two post-adoption, so in FY27, we're really going to be looking at project implementation in our different focus areas, including our new one of cross-sectional implementation. So financing the SEAP, as we will continue in FY26 with our programmatic funding, continuing to do our capital investments with that. We will be, over the next year, again, planning our implementation strategies and building ways to inform existing funded projects on how to support the SEAP like we've been doing through the Sustainable Facilities Policy, through the Sustainable and Resilient Fleet Policy. Also, of course, taking advantage of grants, rebates, and the IRA tax credits. We will then move forward into FY27, again, like I said, with the project-specific funding, public-private plus partnerships, incentive funding, and program management and support. So the next steps are, as I spoke about in the beginning, over the next couple of weeks, we're asking for the public review of the SEAP. There has been, the SEAP update is on our website. We've also sent out communication around that, especially to our stakeholders. We actually have a survey accompanying that, accompanying the plan to get feedback on what an easy, very quick 5-minute survey that citizens can take to give us input, and we will take that feedback and insights and bring it back to this committee and ask that you approve advancing the SEAP update to the full council. And then hopefully at the end of May, we'll receive adoption of the SEAP update, and then in June, of course, begin our steps of implementation strategies. Thank you.
That's it.
That's it.
All right. Colleagues,
Never
questions,
end, but-
comments?
Do you have something else to go over?
No, we're going to finish this and then we're done.
Okay, good.
All right.
No, I just, well, no, actually, I have a comment. That's why I asked. I didn't want to be long-winded.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, great job. I think I don't have the legacy information around the SEAP, so I've kind of been learning on the job of what the goals are. I do know that when most people think SEAP, they just think, our tree canopy, and they really don't understand how involved this is. I think the one thing that I'd like to lift up in the meeting is to say that, I love that we are actually getting all of our various different departments involved in this endeavor, to say that, we're working together to meet these goals strategically, water and all of these other departments. I think it says to even the people who want to do business in our city that we have a commitment to this, right? I love the the way that we're encouraging businesses to come on board by there being an award, there being an incentive. I think that was a genius job, because I think throughout the time that I've served on this board, we've actually talked about how to create those partnerships. We can be responsible for what we do here at the city, and I think it's indicative in the decision-making that you all are ushering in. But to say now to our, private partnerships that, hey, there's a way for you to show that you've made an equal commitment and there's an award for it, I think that's a good job. So I thought that was something that was interesting. So great work, ladies, and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, doesn't look like there are other questions. Couple of quick comments. When we say 100% zero carbon for the city, obviously we consume a certain amount of energy, and it comes from a mix of sources. So are we talking about things like our partnership with Duke on solar, to be able to point to our involvement in the creation of alternative sources that align with our consumption? Is that how that works?
Yes, so the goal is updated from just zero carbon energy sources to zero carbon electricity specifically. So in Charlotte, will reduce community-wide greenhouse gas emissions 72%, and then our municipal goal of 100% electricity use in municipal buildings. We anticipate that the 80 megawatt solar farm in Davidson County, the home of North Carolina barbecue, is going to really push us over the limit there and make sure that we reach our goals for that. And that's why we understand, though, that existing buildings are, very, very expensive to retrofit. So we're doing that on a case-by-case basis and evaluating those buildings as they come up for renovation. So that's where the caveat is.
So what level of LEED certification are we targeting?
So in the sustainable facilities policy, there is just a general, it just has to be certified. However, the biggest thing that we wanted to emphasize in the sustainable facilities policy is really the energy usage of the building. And so instead of a certification level requirement, we have requirements in our energy and atmosphere category, so that they go for the most points in the energy and atmosphere category to get the energy efficiency reductions.
I would just note, if we look at your cross-sectional, I've highlighted the words waste, tree, and water. It does feel to me as if a large part of the plan is focused on greenhouse gases. These are important topics, right? This is not et cetera, miscellaneous. There's a water issue right now with this PFAS, which the federal government has mandated that we clean up. And I think we need to be upfront about where we stand on that and what our measurements are and what we're doing. Trees, needless to say, topic for years and years, and we've had this canopy issue, 50 by 50. Not going to happen. I mean, let's be realistic with that kind of growth. So what is going to happen? And what do we think is attainable in terms of our specific tree priorities? And then waste, we have a partnership with the county. We have recycling, a lot of which ends up in the landfill, and so on. So these are all topics that I think we need to acknowledge when we try to project a comprehensive vision on environmental issues. The other thing I would mention is there's a reference here, which I appreciate, to the budget and financial implications. So there are all kinds of ways in which a lot of what we want to do translates into money. And, I'm a money guy, so I look at those things. And if you take, for example, the buildings, you can build them to various standards at various costs. And then the question is, what is your trade-off? What is your sense of where the marginal cost is no longer justified by the marginal improvement? So I think we can be a little clearer about that. I'm just pointing out a couple of things. And then I guess the other thing is, when the public hears about this, most members of the public, I think they will be pleased to know that we are being mindful of these things. But then if I go down and I knock on a door in Providence Plantation and I say, hey, what do you think about our SEAP? They'll go, what? And when I tell them what it is, they're probably going to be thinking more in terms of what does it mean for me, right? So yes, we're targeting a goal of a better, a more friendly environment, cleaner air and so on. But does this mean my taxes are going to go up? Or will it change the way public transportation works? Or so what can I observe in the nearer term as a result of these policies? And it's, as I said before, we're going to get asked those questions. And I want to make sure that, you know, I don't want to have to kind of read aloud from this. And you may know I have these Friday morning meetings. I talk to people about what we're doing. And that's a good opportunity to kind of test drive some of this, because those people are not members of any activist group or established organization. Those are just people, right? I mean, they're unusual in that they participate in the call, which already sets them apart from most of my constituents. But so I'm always thinking about how do I relate these things to them in such a way that they feel good about it and they appreciate what the city's doing and they're not worried about how it might end up on their doorstep. And looking back again at the zoning issue, are these concerns going to show up in our evaluation of zoning proposals? I mean, right now we have the post-construction control ordinance, and we have a few places where we see the planning and land use process intersect with our environmental priorities. But how might this impact that? So those, I guess, are just some general observations, and back to the sort of common theme of I'm trying to impart to you what it feels like to be us, and to talk to the people that we talk to who elected us and say this is what we're doing and this is why, and to advocate for it. But to do that, I need to be able to kind of explain it in lay terms, and it's hard. This is, as it should be, a very detailed document, but then, so when I have spoken about it, I've said things like, okay, we have a really robust plan that intends to reduce greenhouse gases and to do these different things. We're not going broke paying for it. We have simply incorporated into our thinking about the future of the city these issues, and are thinking about what we can do reasonably to try and achieve a better outcome. That's kind of it. And that's about as far as a lot of people will go, right? I mean, anyway, as I said before, I've been through many iterations on the environment, and Ms. Hazel, appreciate you stepped up. You succeeded. Who was the before you? There was somebody that...
Rob Focus. Rob Focus.
Yes, Rob Focus, and he did focus. So, but I think that we have widened our efforts in this area, and we have extended the impact into our other planning processes. So he did a great job, but it's more robust now, and appreciate all of your effort. And we will see. You know, I'm still kind of, with some trepidation, looking forward to the next year or two and how it actually manifests in practice. But I think we're doing all the right things. Anybody else?
Just one question off topic.
Yeah.
So no update on the mobility? I mean, I think we always missed an opportunity just to kind of share any updates on probably one of the most significant things that we're doing this year in transportation. So
I will comment on the status. You're right to ask. But the truth is there isn't much news compared to when we talked about it before. So the situation right now in particular is that legislation is in the General Assembly that would authorize us to conduct a referendum, possibly this year, on whether the public is willing to pay a 1-cent sales tax in order for us to be able to realize a $20 billion plan to improve mobility. I think this is important because when we get asked during our zoning meetings, traffic, 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 what are you doing about it? This is what we're doing about it. So, but I have not heard any big updates. I don't want to get into too much detail on
We
what.
did get a new bill that was filed, right? Since the last time we met.
We did get a new bill that was filed, which I understand it was filed in the Senate, related to the authority, and in primarily the House is focused on the authority bill. So we had a bill filed in the Senate previously about the revenue thing and about the allocation of the revenue and those issues. And then they separated the topic of the creation of a new transportation authority that would oversee the use of the public transit funds in that total scheme. The Senate filed the bill, as I understand from talking to senators, just to sort of ensure that there was a bill that could be acted on, and therefore we would not be in a position of not being able to proceed because we had half of the thing that we requested. I think their expectation is that the two chambers will in fact work together, probably on the basis of a bill that's going to emanate from the House on the authority to create either one bill or two, but that are integrated, that will do all the things that we requested in the legislation that we submitted to the legislature. And Mr. Graham, I don't know if you have a different understanding or...
No, I just think it's just really important that as chips fall, that we communicate what we know to the public and even to the council in terms of, that's pretty major from my perspective, that the authority bill has been filed, and the devil is always in the detail, more importantly to getting the authority for the 1 cent sales tax. That's one thing, but who's going to be governing the resources and outlining, making a wide variety of decisions along the way is extremely important as well.
I think you make a very good point. I appreciate it. And in that context, it's also worth noting that work is being done right now on creating a plan that reflects the allocation of funds that the legislature told us would be acceptable to them, namely 40% for rail, 20% for bus, and 40% for roads. And that's an update from the plan that is currently still in place that contemplated almost all of the investment to go into rail. So that work includes engagement with the member communities, engagement with the public, and is going to involve prioritizing. And you may know one of the most controversial topics about that is that because of the limit on rail money, it doesn't appear that it's going to be possible for the Silver Line to go down to Matthews. And you may have heard that Matthews, understandably, is upset about that. And I think that affects the process in the legislature as well. But the goal is to be able to show to the public a plan that will help them decide whether or not they want to accept this new tax. Mm-hmm. And it all is scheduled in a pretty tight time frame. Like this new plan is going to come out in the next month or two. We're going to then promote to the public what we think we could do if we had this sales tax and those resources. And then we'll find out in November if it appears that we're ready. I should emphasize that we do not want to conduct a referendum if we don't, because through our outreach and other means, if we don't have the impression that it's going to be well received. We need to lay adequate groundwork for this. On the other hand, I think people are worried enough about traffic and so on, probably to be very accepting of an initiative. And the proceeds of this new tax would be committed, dedicated to mobility, so there's no issue like there was in a referendum a couple of years ago about uncertainty as to how the money is going to be used. It will be made very clear, and I think it holds out the prospect of some significant improvements, not only in the amount of investment that we're making, but also just in the efficiency, and we're going to rationalize the bus system. And there will be investment, including possibly in some state roads for which funding from the state is a distant prospect, way out in the future. So we may have the opportunity as a city to address bottlenecks or situations with the resources that we would have from the sales tax. So that is an important outlook. There isn't any breaking news on it right now, but it's something everybody should be watching. So thank you, Mr. Graham.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Chair Driggs. I just wanted to add on to your comment.
as it relates to our neighbors in Matthews. Initially there was, I would say, some consternation and strong pushback as it relates to our mobility plan and the two bills, or the one bill that was submitted. But there has been positive movement in that regard with their mayor pro tem, as well as a couple of other members of their board who have embraced the understanding of what the penny sales tax would bring, not only to Matthews individually, but to the other towns, as well as the city of Charlotte, in terms of activating their specific plans around a lot of the projects they have for mobility. And so I just wanted to add that as a part of the conversation, that there has been some positive movement with our neighbors in Matthews. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think it's important that we understand. Mayor Higdon explained to me very clearly that Matthews had been basing a lot of its planning and its expectation for the future on the assumption that there would be a rail line. And so they are really sort of tripped up by this. I get that. On the other hand, I think what has happened is that because of the progress of this bill and the attitude of the legislature, there is some acceptance now, as there needs to be, that this is the way it's going to happen, this is the only way it can happen, and that trying to get the Silver Line down all the way down to Matthews is difficult because of the very high cost of doing that, probably $5 billion just going down south. So it's a very tough situation. I feel bad about it because Matthews is a neighbor to my district, and I know people there, and at the same time, it is what it is. And I have to say personally, I don't think the legislature, in requiring that we pay more attention to roads, did us a disservice. My personal view, just mine, is that we do need to be more balanced in our investment in each of these areas. And I think we will see significant benefits even in bus transportation, whether it's BRT or just a rationalization of how our buses operate. So there's all kinds of interesting prospects here, but the hard part is just operating within the limits of what we're being allowed to do.
I think that all that's really important, and I know it's not an agenda item, so I didn't want to create one, but I just think if we can educate the public along the way, end game a lot easier when we're asking for public support versus just throwing something on the table and say, hey, eat it.
Agreed, yes.
And I'll make mine quick, actually. When we say Matthews, we cannot leave, we go to Matthews. The only way to Matthews is through East Charlotte. So there is a weight and a feeling and a sentiment in East Charlotte where the community members, when we say that, they feel left out, right? So I have to be very careful in how we say and demonstrate what's possible. First of all, there's not any definitive plans. We have potential plans. I want to make sure that I say that. And there's a step in this process where, in order for this to go, and then the vote of the people. I personally think the longer we wait, the more at risk the potential for this is, because I do think that the people that vote for us and would potentially vote for this referendum will need some education around what the intention of this is. So I do think that was a great point, Mr. Graham, to say that we are responsible for, disseminating that information as best as we know how. Right now, it's beyond our control. In that the General Assembly is making their decisions, then it has to come back to the county commission, and then we have to, as the city who's done the majority of the work, make the case to, the community why they should support this 1 cent sales tax. So I think it's an uphill climb, and I think our communication is key to trying to get this over the hill, so.
I do think that input from East Charlotte resulted in a change in the thinking about the Silver Line to where it goes down to Bojangles, and that's pretty much part of the plan. I mean, there are a couple of alternatives that have been put out there.
I do see.
But that is an acknowledgement, I think, of the concerns of East Charlotte, trying to get closer and allow for the possibility of extensions further. But we just can't commit to the full corridor at that cost right now. Anyway, if there's nothing else, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So, second.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Malcolm Graham. I serve as the chairman of the City of Charlotte's Jobs and Economic Development Committee, and I'm glad to welcome each and every one of you to our Monday, April 7th, 2025 meeting. It's raining outside, but it's warm in here, and I look forward to a delightful conversation with three individuals I know extremely well. So before we get started, let's make sure that we know who's in the room with us, and we'll start to my far left. On the back wall, introduce yourselves, and then we'll introduce the dais, and we'll get right into our meeting.
Hi, everybody. My name is Maddie Chase. I'm the Vice President of Marketing and Experience at South Park Community Partners.
Lizzie Hill with South Park Community Partners as well.
I'm Regina with South Park Community Partners.
Janelle Goodrich, Director of Operations, University City Partners.
Laura Quinn, Chief Operating Officer for Center City Partners.
James LeVar, Center City Partners.
Eric Spanberg, Business Journal.
Ann Peterson, Planning. Alyssa Narvaez.
Danielle Frazier, Office of Workforce Development.
Holly Estridge, Economic Development.
Anna Schloinas, City Attorney's Office.
Keith Stanley, University City Partners.
Adam Roof, South Park Community Partners.
Michael Smith, Center City Partners.
Hannah Bromberger, Strategy and Budget.
Todd DeLong, Economic Development.
Allison Craig, Assistant City Manager.
Malcolm Graham, Committee Chairman.
Marjorie Molina, Committee Member.
Ed Driggs, Committee Member.
Tarp Carr, Committee Member.
Benicia Drone, the Office of Charlotte Business Inclusion.
Tawanda Brown, Economic Development.
Thank you, everyone. Anyone online with us before we get started? Okay.
Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
Welcome.
Lawana Mayfield, Council Member at Large.
Welcome, Councilmember Mayfield and Councilmember Anderson. I'm excited about today's meeting because the Municipal Service District plays a vital role in the city of Charlotte. Those located in Center City, South Park, as well as where I live, University City. And so I'm going to turn it over to Allison Craig, our Assistant City Manager, to kind of give us a profile of what we're going to do today. And this is for information only. There will be no voting, but if Allison can set the stage, we'll get started.
Sure, thank you, Councilmember Graham. So today's meeting will it'll be a brief update from each of the municipal service districts and any other pertinent info that they want to provide to council and to the public. This year is a little bit different, a little bit more than an annual update, and I want to turn it over to Hannah Bromberger from Strategy and Budget to give us a brief overview of that.
Thanks, Allison. Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. Again, my name is Hannah Bromberger. I'm the Assistant Director of Strategy and Budget. And as Allison said, just as a reminder, state statute allows the city to contract with agencies to execute on service districts, and the Budget Office manages those contracts. As part of those state requirements, the agencies that run those service districts have to report annually to City Council. And so this reports that are about to be given are those annual reports. And as Allison mentioned, this year is a little bit different. State statute requires that the maximum length of the contract is 5 years. So the current year of the contract is the 5th year. So we have gone through a bid process, which is outlined in state statute, and we will enter into new contracts in July as part of the FY26 budget. All three of these entities applied and were evaluated and have been recommended to move forward to contracts pending a public hearing that will coincide with the budget public hearing on May 12th. So if there aren't any questions, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Michael Smith with Charlotte Center City Partners.
Just want to make one small commercial before we get started. Disclosure, I serve on the board of directors for Center City Partners. I'm a mayor appointee. And over the last 60 days, I think I've had breakfast with both Keith as well as Adam, and I see Mike almost weekly. So I work very closely with three organizations.
Move to recuse.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Graham, members of council. Pleasure to be back with you for this annual update. I want to take a brief moment to remind you all that we have just begun the 17 days of Charlotte Shout. We've got little gift bags for you with some pamphlets that lay out for you the way the 17 days are laid out. Thank God we didn't get this weather over the weekend, so we had a great kickoff weekend. But music, food, ideas, and art. And the reason it is free to the public is because of your partnership. So thanks for the support. It is a lot of great work for 200 different events and hundreds of artists, so thank you. All right, so jumping right in. Who we are. We're a 47-year-old economic and community development organization. We lead with research and urban design and economic development, community development, a lot of neighborhood support. We're very strategic with marketing, communications. We use programming and events in a complementary form for economic development. And you'll notice our mission, it's all about being welcoming and equitable, economically vibrant, culturally rich, and beloved place for all. From a credo standpoint, it is about great urban places, integrity with everything we do, collaboration, justice and equity, and bringing innovation, passion, tenacity, and excellence to all that we do. We're organized as a C4. We have 2 C3 organizations that are a part of our complement of related entities. The service areas is MSD 1, 2, 3, and 4. MSD 1 is all of Uptown, and that includes Midtown and South End as well. Our board of directors is a great group of people that really dig in, and Chairman Graham can attest, they lean in. I share with any board member who joins this journey that you'll never read the local paper the same way again, because you're dedicating to a higher cause. We're thrilled to have Chairman Graham and also Marcus and Allison Craig in ex officio roles on the board for the bylaws. We work very hard to get a lot of stakeholder input so that our work is guided by our stakeholders. And that includes listening sessions on a variety of things, like I'll share more about Uptown vibrancy, homelessness, public safety, Uptown Small Business Association, Center City Neighborhood Associations Advisory Committee. We use primary research and surveys and focus groups. And then, of course, we have our board governance and budget process, which shapes our program of work and the way we invest. It's been a great year, and it's been a really challenging year. Downtowns across North America are facing headwinds like they've never faced. I'm often asked, how are things in Center City, Charlotte? And my question is, where would you rather be? And I think we are positioning ourselves well for the next cycle. Our work is done with governance from government and then in response to economic cycles. So we spend a lot of time preparing for the next cycle. You probably saw in our State of the Center City, our pipeline is strong. There's $5.4 billion in planned development over the next couple years. In partnership, the UNC Charlotte opened the CoLab this year, which gives us this mission-based center for entrepreneurship. We have 10,000 apartments in the pipeline, and last year we enjoyed 330 days of sporting activities in our Center City. Our Center City is being transformed from a central business district into a central activity district. That has been our aspiration. It is great because we have unbelievable infrastructure in our Center City, and great cities then layer on top of that infrastructure so that it's a great neighborhood, a great employment center, a great destination, and a great campus. We have in economic development, you see some of the initiatives that we're working on, just focusing on one around public safety, 2 things there. We transformed our Center City ambassadors to Center City Safety ambassadors this year. We raised their wages. They are all now card carrying. They're licensed as private security professionals. It's made a big difference. We're proud of where that is. We would like to expand it. And then we also formed the Public Safety Working Group, which our chief and our DA and our head district judge and other business leaders serve on. We used affinity groups to shape the work of that committee. and we're proud of some of the recommendations that have come out. To give you a quick snapshot of where your Center City is across multiple cycles, if you just look at the blue that's up there, that is the development cycle, development that has occurred in the last decade. The purple is what has been announced and will be groundbreaking before 26. The green is under construction. The gold is announced or planned. It's a great mosaic. And that's the way you prepare for the next cycle, is you have these properties that are ready to go. But the way you create the context for the vibrancy of a great place is you have transformative sites that are assembled. We have 10 great sites that are assembled and ready for the next cycle. This is just 3, the Pearl with 40 acres, the Iron District with 55, and the North Tryon District with approximately 50. These are shovel-ready and have great development partners. Our work also includes community development, and here's just a few ways that we work with them. One to point out that we're proud of is the 3rd Ward Neighborhood Association has been reformed, and your friend Al Alston is the chair of it, and we're really excited about where 3rd Ward's going. From a planning and development standpoint, we've got great vision plans that we have co-developed in partnership with the Planning Department and with Mecklenburg County that include these 3. Some of the highlights are things like the North Tryon Tech Hub, which has incredible momentum. Great partnership with UNC Charlotte. We have the chief technology officers from our uptown major employers that are serving on this advisory committee. And we are trying to create the intersection of academics, entrepreneurship, and corporate innovation. We think it's going to be a game changer for the city, and we made great progress this year. On public safety and housing and homelessness, I shared earlier about the great work being done in the working group. This is a major focus of the CELC. They were a part of forming this public safety working group. I'll share more about this Own Your Block initiative in just a minute. From a marketing communications standpoint, this is a major priority. We want to own the narrative for this place. There is a perception problem with Uptown. And thank God there's a science for us to address it. It's called marketing, and we plan to go after it aggressively this year. There's a new campaign that will be kicking off on the 24th. Again, more to come on that. Programming, the most powerful marketing tool in the world, is an experience. We serve as your programming and events experts for the Center City. We had a great Thanksgiving Eve parade. Novant Health is our presenting sponsor. As I mentioned, Shout is underway. And we have a new partnership with Mecklenburg County where we will be providing programming for the Uptown parks. And within Uptown, we plan to have 52 weeks a year of programming in this next year, which is a big click up for us. From a mobility standpoint, there is so much great stuff going on under your leadership at the city. We stand ready to be your partner and to help in the fulfillment of the 2030 transit plan, Gateway Station. We're so excited that the Rail Trail Bridge move is underway and a new station in South End. I'm moving quickly because I wanted to get to this point. In my 20 years of doing this work, I've never enjoyed the support that we have right now for Uptown vibrancy. Gene Woods came to us about 18 months ago. He, in addition to running Advocate Health, he is the chair of the CELC, and they've identified a couple priorities. One of those priorities is Uptown vibrancy. They asked for our help. We were thrilled to get it because this is something we've been teeing up across the last 4 years since the onset of COVID. And it's, our executive committee sent a letter to you requesting an increase in MSDs 2 and 3, and it is related to this work, and I'll dig in a little bit on that. I'll do light puppets or something. So, Uptown Vibrancy Collaborative. We identified 5 priority areas that we really needed to address, and this was from a lot of input from stakeholders, including these large employers. They included public safety, the need for extraordinary experiences, improving perception of Uptown, an increase in economic vibrancy. So think about the vintage office buildings, that's what we're referring to there, and a renewal in select public infrastructure. So step 1 was we wanted to raise private money to be able to really jumpstart this initiative. And Gene appointed Bill Rogers from Truist and Lynn Good from Duke to co-chair the Uptown Vibrancy Collaborative. And the 3 of us set out and raised $2 million from this group of companies. There's a couple more that will likely join us. We're at like 1.95 right now. And each of these companies was asked to do 3 things. Join the collaborative and advocate for it. Care about this, through your employees. Number 2 was, the 3 things were invest, advocate, and then own your block. And the own your block is as simple as it sounds. And what we enjoy about this is I've not seen my counterparts do this in other cities. There's 3 elements to own your block. We would like you to secure it. Take private security curb to curb in coordination with CMPD. Number 2, keep it clean and beautiful. So everything from just general maintenance to plantings. Number 3, we would like to have programming on each block twice a month. And then we'll coordinate it back with us. We're holding a workshop at the end of April where we're pulling together all of their property owners and private security to launch that initiative. We think it's going to be a game changer. So I just showed that. Thank you. So this is what we asked of each member of the Uptown Vibrancy Collaborative. We're excited about this initiative that we have the $1 million a year for 2 years from the private entities. We do not want this work, this response that we're doing with the Uptown Vibrancy Collaborative is that for the 47 years this organization has existed, the resources have been very appropriate. The challenges and headwinds require a different approach and different resources. The private sector saw that, committed to let's get immediate funding in for the next 2 years, but then they went further and said we would like to raise our own millage and pay more on a sustained way so that this isn't one time and then it drops back to current programming, current funding. So MSDs 2 and 3 are the 2 that we are recommending increasing. And the increase request is for $1 million additionally per year, so it's $500,000 in each. These 2 were selected because they are made up of commercial properties. So it is intentionally carving out the single-family homes where it's just harder to get that kind of one-to-one value, and it's easier to talk to these commercial owners. Within this group, there are 8 condo association condo projects. We have spoken to each of those. In preparation for meeting with you, I've spoken with 40 different combination of major employers and property owners. The support for this request has been unanimous. We've not had anybody oppose it. So we come with great support. The requested increase is an increase of, next slide more, yeah, there we go, it's 0.0082 per $100 of value. And the math behind that, if you own the average value of the condos within this district was like $465,000, and their increase because of this millage increase would be $39 a year. Yeah. Thank you, Ed. Does that foot? All right, good.
What you have there is. You didn't get the point right.
I'm just glad that it foot. I'm glad it foots with Ed's. So, and if it's a $100 million building, it's $8,200 a year, just to give a couple examples. Again, we've spoken to the large property owners, the major employers across MSDs 2 and 3, and we're working with the city through your adopted process. I don't know how much you guys want us to go in with this update into the next couple of slides, but this represents the way we invested the resources this year. This includes both the money of the MSD and the 2 related entities, which include the Community Trust and the Market at 7th Street, which is an incubator of small businesses with a real focus on disinvested businesses. It's been a great 13 years with that partnership. We've got a new group of funders who are coming in, a lot of foundations. We're excited about what's next with that program. The Community Trust is everything from our partnership on McCall Park to Charlotte Shout to the Small Business Innovation Fund to the work that we do together in anything creative. This is our creative and flexible fund. It has a different board of directors than Charlotte Center City Partners. And then the recommended budget for next year does contemplate the requested increase of $500,000 additional in MSDs 2 and 3. I didn't mention South End earlier on the economic development page. It has been a great decade in South End. It is the hottest submarket in the Southeast, and we've got a great team that continues to work very closely and intentionally with them, and we're proud of that work. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for that presentation. Just as a point of clarification for Ms. Craig, so the potential rate increase millage taxes will have to be embedded in the city's budget for this operating year?
That's correct.
And Mr. Smith, you have indicated prior to our conversation that is narrowly tailored to major corporations in uptown?
Yeah, the beauty of focusing in MSDs 2 and 3 is it is like mid-90s, maybe higher, focused on the largest employers and the largest buildings in uptown.
But there are some residents that will, from the apartments, the condos, that will be given a rate increase, and it's a small number, and you've already communicated with them and they've agreed to the increase?
So the apartments will be paid for by the apartment owners.
Okay.
And it is a small millage because of all of the tax value that is in uptown. The condo associations, it will be paid by each condo owner, but again, if it's on average, it'll be $39 a year. If it's $1 million condo, it'll be $82 a year. And their feedback from their leadership has been support, and that they're glad to help us if there's more questions to go and talk deeper into their ownership.
Okay. Just a quick comment, then I'll open it up for questions from the committee members. I don't want to bury the lead because Mr. Smith talked a lot about public safety in uptown. Public safety in uptown is at an all-time low, not only in uptown, but throughout the city. Compared to where we were last year, the first quarter, all indicators that we are below where we were last year. So the commitment to uptown for working with CMPD, working with private security officers, working with the DA and others, working with a wide variety of social service agencies are paying dividends. And we see the impact on the street in terms of what's happening. And so I just want to acknowledge that first and foremost, because I think that's really, really important as uptown becomes more of an activity center based on sports and entertainment, and certainly the type of programs that Center City Partner does, like Charlotte Shout, and a wide variety of other things that they do throughout the year. So I just want to put that out there for sure. Ask the questions about the millage because I know that's going to have some conversations around the dais, and I'll open up for questions from the committee members. Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On safety, I've heard from people in the district these concerns expressed, right? There's a bit of a question about perception versus the reality. So the message that has come to me is people are just uneasy, right? And there's a little bit of a sense that lawlessness has taken hold. And therefore, I think it's a focus issue. CMPD has pointed out that there might be a disconnect between perception and reality, and they showed us those not yet complete, but first quarter numbers that seem to reflect significant declines, which frankly we hadn't seen consistently over the last few years since we adopted our Safe Charlotte program. So I hope those are permanent, but what would you say to the concerns of some of your members versus CMPD's contention that this, if at all, is a perception issue?
So we have no better partner than CMPD. Thank you for your chief. Thank you for the talent of the captains that you bring through Central. Again, 20 years of unbelievable partnerships. We feel like they're focused on the right things. We have these often singular events that draw a lot of concern, and we think that things are moving in the right direction. We think there is a gap between reality and perception, and that's one of the things that we're going to seek to try to address. But public safety is one of those things where it's not a destination, it's a commitment. And we think these moves like Own Your Block, there's 500 plus private security professionals in Uptown. And the idea was Mr. McCall's, this Own Your Block on the private security side. You notice the way Bank of America has its folks on the outside of the building paying attention to each block. We think it's incrementalism. If everybody provides a better experience on their block, your 11 block walk down Tryon Street is going to be better at each step.
Mr. Chair, can I follow up?
Follow up. And again, I just want to remind the council members, we got 2 other presentations, and I don't want to shortchange them.
Yeah. So one of the indications about perception is, say, attendance at restaurants, opening hours of restaurants, the traffic at restaurants, and that was pointed to as kind of a symptom that had dropped off. Do you know what the status is of that?
That's not the case now.
Okay.
Our vibrancy on hospitality is back. And part of that is having the kind of owners that we have right now of Bank of America Stadium and Spectrum Center, with just the number of nights of use. We're feeling it.
So my last point quickly is I assume that notices were sent to everybody who would be subject to this tax.
So that's part of our partnership with the city.
Right.
And that's part of the process.
And you have had no significant opposition?
I've had none yet.
None. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee members? Mayor Pro Tem Anderson, quickly, please.
Yeah, just a very quick comment. I want to say I had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Smith regarding the millage and the focal point, and it has been really good comments. I have not personally received any negative comments from residents, as I represent a good portion of Uptown along with Mr. Graham. But I also want to say, as it relates to the public safety issue, this whole Own Your Block concept, I think, is a fantastic one, because we have seen the numbers from CMPD, and myself, Mr. Graham, Ms. Mayfield met with CMPD from the Metro Division. We're seeing the efforts there, and they're making great strides. But public safety does not just simply equal CMPD. It is going to take all of us leaning in, our business owners, our faith-based community leaders and nonprofit individuals as well. So this whole concept of owning your block, I think, will help with the perception issue, along with Mr. Smith, this targeted marketing program as well. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to make a quick comment.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other questions, comments? One comment, Third Ward beautification. We talked about it before. The president of Johnson & Wales will slap me in my hand if I don't mention that to you once again. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Adam, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll give staff just a moment to get ready, but I'll just say we appreciate the partnership that we enjoy. Thank you, Michael. Here in South Park, I'm going to give a very brief annual update so that I can spend the bulk of my time talking with you about an exciting opportunity we have in South Park for a partnership with the city and the private sector to do something we think is pretty special. First, as a reminder, South Park Community Partners manages MSD 6, which Council established almost exactly 3 years ago. It comprises 1 square mile in the commercial core of South Park, and you can see what that district looks like there. Our mission as an organization is to lead South Park's advancement by driving economic vitality, creating memorable experiences, and ensuring an extraordinary quality of life. We support our partners in the economic development ecosystem as we seek to grow investment and jobs. We tell the story of the South Park experience through robust marketing and B2C events like our South Park After 5 concert series, which comes back for its 3rd year next week. It's drawn over 50,000 people in the 2 seasons that we've done, or 2 years that we've done that event so far. And we support over 1,000 small and large businesses through a range of B2B events and resources, including bi-monthly stakeholder meetings and quarterly public safety meetings in partnership with CMPD. As y'all will remember, this MSD was born out of a recognition that South Park is an economic engine for the Charlotte region, particularly our visitor economy, and drives significant visitor spending when we think about retail sales tax in particular. Our team's job is to create and nurture a place where people and businesses want to be, and you can see by the numbers there that South Park indeed is a place that people and businesses want to be. As you know, last April we launched the South Park Forward 2035 Vision Plan, which is the community's playbook to guide South Park's evolution over the next decade. The plan includes nearly 65 recommendations comprising $250 million in public, private, and P3 projects, with a core focus of taking South Park from a collection of disconnected destinations to a more complete place. The direction from the community was clear. It fed the recommendations in the vision plan, and those recommendations in turn fuel our annual program of work. The community's vision is for a more walkable and energetic South Park where people connect and businesses thrive. One of the vision plan's catalyst projects is completing the South Park Loop, which is a 3-mile urban trail that requires partnership with the private sector and the city. This is a project that the city has done incredible work leading over the last few years, and we're honored to partner with you on it. Over the past year, we've worked with city staff and the private sector to install Loop furniture and wayfinding signage, as well as placemaking such as public art, free community events, and activating underutilized green spaces. These efforts signal our commitment to walkability in South Park while we work with the private sector and the city to construct additional segments of the loop that are in advanced planning currently, and find a dedicated funding source to finish the entire trail. One of our most exciting accomplishments over the past year is launching the South Park Skipper. I hope you've had a chance to ride it. It's our innovative microtransit program that offers free rides within the MSD. This program was a key recommendation of the vision plan and a top priority across all of our stakeholder groups. Again, the Skipper operates within the MSD. It's app-based, but we also have a bilingual dispatch line if people prefer or need to book by phone. I won't read this to you, but this gives you a sense of the operating structure for the Skipper. I do want to underscore the fact that it is free to use, and that's part of our commitment to making South Park accessible and welcoming. We wanted the lowest barriers of entry possible to this program. And as you can see, after 4.5 months or so of service, it's been successful. We're really proud of the 8-minute average wait time. Our target was 10 minutes or less, and we consistently beat that benchmark, and we've served nearly 16,000 passengers by the end of March. One of the things that we intentionally set out to do in this program was to collaborate with our partners. So we're working with CDOT, CATS, CRTPO, and Centralina to share data and insights from this program to fuel our long-term mobility innovation, using South Park as a lab, a hub for innovation when it comes to mobility trends. We're taking all of that ridership data, figuring out how people are using the service, how they're moving around our community, and trying to draw some insights. We've got a great collaboration with CATS as they launch their microtransit program. We've been able to share learnings back and forth. And the hope is that as this program matures, we're able to use those insights, again, to think more critically and think more ambitiously about our mobility agenda throughout our community, but using South Park as that test case. The program is really, I think, a great example of our organization's commitment not only to big ideas, but to action and implementation. When we set out to launch the vision plan, our board and our stakeholders were really clear with us that they wanted big ideas and a roadmap to execute on them. And that brings me to Symphony Park, yet another priority identified in the vision plan as a catalyst for a more connected community. Today, I'm excited to unveil the framework for a public-private partnership to launch a new era for this beloved community asset. The project that we're introducing today is a result of years of hard work by a lot of people, and I want to commend Councilman Bakari as well as the planning and economic development staff for their partnership that predates the existence of our organization. This has been a journey, and it's our privilege to be at the table with our partners on this. Symphony Park, as you know, is a 7.5-acre green space owned by Simon Property Group on the site of South Park Mall. For the better part of a decade, the community has desired a more active town square with an updated design that facilitates daily activity. This project was identified by the community during SEAP back in 2018. And as I mentioned, indeed, is one of the reasons that our organization exists today. When the MSD was created, the mandate from our stakeholders was to work with our partners to bring this project to fruition. Through extensive public engagement, we know that the community desires a new place to gather for events big and small, a place to discover whether they're new to the neighborhood or have been here for years, a place to create art, opportunity, and memories, a place to spark awe and wonder, and a place to connect with others, strengthening the fabric of our community. This $21 million project seeks to transform Symphony Park into a signature urban green space that will become an extraordinary community destination, home to frequent, high-quality programming that invites deeper connection with others. The design came from the community and was driven by deep community engagement during our vision plan process. It really leans into the park's location on the South Park Loop alignment, creating a true destination for residents, workers, and visitors. Our project calls for the addition of new access points and pedestrian infrastructure, enhancements to the park to facilitate a wider array of community programming, 2 anchor restaurants which will generate new tax revenue and create jobs, and micro retail space to support emerging entrepreneurs. What I hope you get as I flip through these renderings is a sense that this project is of the community. It was driven by community input, and we really view this space as a signature destination on the South Park Loop for our entire community. Under the proposed framework that we're sharing with you today, the private sector will invest $13 million, led by a significant investment by Simon Property Group to build those anchor restaurants and some related communal spaces. South Park Community Partners is committed to raise $5 million from the community, and our request to the city is to leverage $8 million in existing bond capacity already committed to District 6 for capital projects in the South Park area. As I walk through just the highlights of the key terms here, Simon will continue to retain ownership, but will update their permanent easement with the city to ensure perpetual public access to this space. Simon will design and construct the anchor restaurants and outdoor spaces. They'll be responsible for overages on that portion of the project. South Park Community Partners will lead the design and construction of the park improvements, the micro-retail restrooms, and a 500-foot segment of the South Park Loop. Our current timeline is aiming for construction to begin in the summer of 2026 and the park to deliver a year later. The operating structure here is really important to us, and we spent a lot of time with our community working through this. The vision here is that South Park Community Partners will operate and program the space to ensure real community benefit. We have an operating agreement that we're working through with Simon to ensure that this space lives up to our aspirations and our values. South Park Community Partners has, as you know, the symphony plays here. We've talked with the symphony. They're excited about this project, and we've affirmed our commitment for the symphony to continue to use this space, but perhaps to even increase what they do in South Park, again, as we bring the arts to our community.
Can Ed perform there?
He would be welcome to perform there.
Okay. Checking.
Bring it. One of the things that's really exciting about this is the idea that this can be a space for lots of things to happen at once. Ed could play his guitar. We could have people using the park in an organic way, the activation, the daily energy from the restaurant uses. All of those things can happen simultaneously, and that's part of the vision for this park, is that traffic along the South Park Loop really spills into this space. We all know that communities that prioritize public space and high-quality programming consistently attract talent and investment. The business community is excited about this as an amenity to continue to ensure South Park's future vibrancy. This project is such an incredible opportunity to advance the community's vision for South Park, again, delivering an asset for all of Charlotte and fulfilling the commitment that our community has set out from the SEAP days. We look forward to working with our partners at the city and the private sector, and I'd be delighted to answer your questions about this for the remainder of my presentation.
Thank you, Adam, for that presentation. Again, I just want to be mindful of the committee that, we do have one more presentation. I don't want to shortchange Keith and University City Partners because I got to go home. Mr. Bakari, I saw his, and now to get Mr. Drake's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chapter 1. No, this is, I love seeing this kind of major milestone for South Park Community Partners and everything we put into it. I'd say that this story goes back for me 7.5 years ago, where 7 years ago from this point, we sat around trying to figure out how to make this move forward. And as we sat in that 2018 budget process and that budget cycle, I was able to, without having the details that you see today, convince this body to add the capital needed in the budget to really go towards making something like this happen. We didn't know exactly how, as I said, but there was a commitment of this group, and that started the journey, which has enabled today. I would say the journey ended up being a lot longer and harder than I thought it was, and along that path, recognizing how important Symphony Park is as that town square, it wasn't going to be easy to get done, but we had some experiences along the way with the Sharon Towers rezoning. We were able to negotiate on behalf of the neighbors there the creation of the Pocket Park, which was the first new green space built in South Park in the 21st century. So we knew its importance. We didn't quite know how hard it would be. And I think that's the impetus where several years along the way, I realized this couldn't be a hobby or based upon the ability of whoever sits in the seat. We needed somebody waking up every single day focused on, this compilation of neighborhoods and businesses. So passing the MSD, bringing Adam on as the head of South Park Community Partners, I think tees up this moment here and has fulfilled the initial part of that prophecy, where now we sit on the verge of what I think is a transformational moment to the heartbeat of our entire district, because this is the circulatory system right here in South Park. So I'm a big fan of where we are right now. I would mention that as it relates to today, this is just the beginning. This isn't the mission accomplished banner coming down and we say we did it. This is the beginning of the chapter of execution. And there will be many phases to come from here. I look forward to the partnership of the private sector as they fulfill their pieces, including Simon Property, who's been a great partner to figure out how to come to this point. but we need, obviously, the county to do their part in helping push this forward. And I would just say that while it has park in the name, Symphony Park, this has never been about a park for me. This is not a park when you think about where all parks are. This has the aspects of economic development in it. This has the aspects of creating a bridge from community gathering to retail. This has the aspect of being a Swiss Army knife for economic recruitment, for all the things that is right directly in the city's wheelhouse, not to mention our ability beyond programming to be able to infuse technology of the future. You saw the South Park Skipper. Adam mentioned it, but I'll say it specifically. We now have thousands and thousands of data points on how people move around this region. That in itself is the tee up for where I hope we go in moving mass amounts of people in transit in this region going forward. The power for autonomous vehicles, the power for the future of moving people makes total sense in this area, and Symphony Park can serve as the Grand Central Station for all of that work. So being able to have not just that, but an interactive public space, equipped with adaptive AI-driven environments, all those things is where we're going. And us taking this move fulfills a 7-year-old kind of journey that we started, but also gives us the ability to inspire the county and others for the more park-like aspects as we move forward. So I'm really proud of the work to get to this point, and I'm hopeful that a few years from now, we really see the visualization of this journey that we're on come to life.
Thank you, Mr. McCary. Mr. Drakes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm certainly strongly inclined to help make this happen, as if nothing else, as a parting gift to Mr. Bakari as he prepares to move on to bigger and I hope better things. So when I look at these, the question I ask myself is, okay, 13, 5, and 8. Why that? Why not 10? And why not, and so on. So I try to establish in my own mind a kind of a logic for the proposed structure. And the way I do that is I basically look at what purposes are served. So there's a profit purpose for the private partner. There's a public interest which pertains to the city, the county, and among them. Mr. Bakari alluded to the county. I believe this is a park. I believe it serves as a park a lot of the time, especially when there aren't active performances going on. And therefore, I'm very interested to know what level of interest the county does express. I would be happier sharing that burden with the county just by virtue of the identity, the location. Hospitality, a case is being made that it drives hospitality business, so does that industry have an incentive? I think the $8 million that we're being asked to commit is essentially earmarked because it goes all the way back to CNIP, I guess, right? So it shouldn't be difficult from a budgetary standpoint. And therefore, I am basically in support. I would like to see a little more detail on the rationale for that structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Drakes. Ms. Molina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, both of you. I've already spoken to both of you. And Mr. Rue, I can't say it as eloquently as my economist colleague here, but I knew that would be a question and a challenge, right? Where are our additional partners, and how are they intending to come to the table? Like I said, like he said already, it being already earmarked, you explained that to me as well. I don't think it would be a challenge, and I think, it's a no-brainer. We love Symphony Park. My kids and I, we've gone to Symphony Park. We've enjoyed it. We go uptown. I mean, it's where we play, right? So these assets are important, but I would love to know where, if at all, our, partners would be interested in coming on board, because they do have a general interest in the outcome of what this would be. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. And lastly, Mayor Pro Tem Anderson, and then we'll pivot to our next presentation. I was going to say the most important one. That might get me in trouble. Mayor Pro Tem.
No, Mr. Chair, I can hold my comment until we get to the university partners. Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have a rebuttal?
Just want to say thank you. We continue to have very encouraging conversations with the county. Obviously, there's been a lot of transition, both from a leadership standpoint and at the Parks Department. And so continuing to work with our partners at the county to figure out how they may participate in this project and sort of how we structure that. Those conversations are ongoing, and candidly being able to finally get a commitment from Simon to participate in this project and to be able to take this public today allows us to accelerate the private fundraising, and all of those things I think are material to the conversations that we're having with the county.
Well, Adam, thank you for the presentation. I'm really, really excited about the project itself, as we talked about over breakfast.
Thank you.
Devil's in the details, and I think you heard some of the detail-related questions, but certainly the work that you're doing over there, and I would be remiss if I don't say thank you to Mr. McCary for carrying the water for a number. Yes, I said it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
For your leadership on this particular issue. This is really, really forward-thinking stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now for the last, and last will be great. I live in University City, so I have a keen interest of the work that these guys are doing. So Keith, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Keith Stanley with University City Partners. I want to, first of all, thank people at this table, definitely with my colleagues. Adam and Mike have been absolutely amazing as I still learn this region, but also I want to say Allison, to your whole entire team, have been really helpful. And of course, each one of the council members have connected with you in different functions and variations, and just really appreciate the support for University City. So with that said, I'm going to jump into this presentation. I think, Allison, you said I had 3 hours? Today's presentation really centers around our vision plan. Our vision plan came out July of 2021, and you'll see these 4 pillars, and that's highlighted within the documents you're having. We are going to focus on our Clean and Safe initiative and how we've been able to really take Clean and Safe and evolve it into something special, something much greater. We're going to talk about our residents and our business and our community and the surveys as we engage those sectors of our community. Also marketing and storytelling about how we elevate the district. Advancing economic development on the ground and how we're delivering real resources to our businesses. And what ties us all together is our vision. Just as a level set, quick facts about University City. Right now, University City is growing at a pace 21% faster than Mecklenburg County. Close to 20% of all residential permits in Mecklenburg County are in University City. So all the apartments you're hearing about, all the growth that we're seeing, is landing right here in University City. Secondly, I want to talk also about, we mentioned last time I was here about Vanguard, but also R.E. Mason and Pinnacle Financial. We're still getting businesses back into our office market, and that's a difference. We have 25 shopping centers in University City with a vacancy rate of less than 1.6%. So we're still doing a great job attracting both not just the live and the work, but also the play. And then 20 hotels, 2,500 rooms. We're adding an additional hotel at this time. And we're listening to our folks who are around the hotel and tourism industry and how we can support those efforts. Cleanliness continues to be one of the top concerns we've heard, and it seems like we're hearing that a little bit from our colleagues here at the table, from both residents and council members, particularly around the lake and among major corridors. Our Clean and Safe initiative was created in direct response to those concerns, and we continue to evolve that program to meet that need. While we recognize that city and state resources are stretched, the need for consistency to upkeep our district remains a real and urgent need. That's why University Partners have stepped up, and we collaborate with a solution-oriented partner. We now have 2 active landscape contracts focusing on picking up litter and trash, mowing, edging across 5 of our most viable corridors and the roads that otherwise wouldn't receive that support. We also have our team that's going out doing bi-monthly inspections, so we have people actually actively going out into our community and reporting and addressing issues. 1,500 code violations, 700 abandoned shopping carts, and 6,000 illegal yard signs, all removed with the support of University City. So these numbers reflect both the scale of what's happening, but also our hands-on commitment to improving the quality of life in the district. We're proud to be working in partnership with the city, NCDOT, CMPD, CATS, and community stakeholders, that we are eager to deepen those collaborations to make a cleaner, safer, more welcoming University City. Our University City Public Safety Collaborative was the natural step for really following up on our Clean and Safe initiative. After hearing ongoing concerns from residents and businesses and council members about safety and cleanliness, we knew a broader, more inclusive effort was needed. In fall 2024, we hosted our first University City Public Safety Collaboration Forum with ASPHALIS advisors, drawing over 60 stakeholders, CMPD, Charlotte Fire, code enforcement, nonprofits, businesses, and residents. ASPHALIS helped create and facilitate a meaningful, action-focused conversation that centered around accountability, resource gaps, and realistic solutions. Out of that, we've deepened our engagement with CMPD, the Charlotte Fire, and code enforcement. We've collected a number of different surveys from our businesses and residents, and we've aligned our community partners to plan targeted outreach events. The key takeaway was the need to support high-impact groups like apartment managers and others who feel overwhelmed by some of these public safety issues. So now that's why we're planning our University City Public Safety Apartment Management Forum taking place later this month. It's focused on educating, resource sharing, and helping property managers to know that they're not alone in this work, and we're working together to keep University City clean. CMPD continues to be an essential partner, not just on the patrol, but they're at the table. They're actually on our board. Shout out to Officer Tori Tellis. CMPD serves on our board. We offered gift cards to some of our local businesses, from our local businesses, and to our officers. Tariq, I appreciate your support with supporting our officers. We were able to get and do some work with our CMPD, get them some gift cards. But also we supported 2 camera initiatives, combining those camera initiatives with the FUSE system so CMPD can access those cameras in some key areas of University City. Also developed a safety partnership with IKEA and the community coordinators who we're regularly in contact with at CMPD. Moving forward, we've collected feedback from over 250 residents, and the message is clear. People care deeply about where they live, and they want to see action. While it's encouraging that 98% of our respondents participate in recycling, over 90% feel safe, concerns persist still around reckless driving, property crime, and homelessness, issues that impact both the perception and quality of life, as we talked about earlier. What we heard over and over is this: the residents want to see more presence, more accountability, and more solutions. That means more police patrols, more community cleanups, better lighting, and stronger enforcement of upkeep around our apartments and commercial properties. This survey helped shape the foundation of our campaign for potential pilot ambassador program and continues to guide us where we focus on our outreach partnerships and resources. Our response isn't just words. We're also ready to take shape in our public forums and neighborhood-level management and cross-sector partnerships while building a more creative, more visible response of University City. What comes next is really our boldest move, and we're really excited about this as we begin to pull this together as a P3 effort, public-private partnership. The need is clear. Residents and businesses are asking for more visibility, more cleanliness, more responsiveness. We hear that this is not only in our surveys, but also every time we're traveling and touring the corridor. The Bachelor program is designed to fill the gaps with street-level teams, with the street-level team. That means litter removal, supporting visitor and local businesses, compassionate engagement with unhoused individuals, real-time issues, reporting on broken signs, graffiti, dumping, and more. Residents consistently say we need more people out there who care. We are looking to engage our private and public community to pull together an ambassador program over the next year. We're going to be looking for the support from the council in this sense that we're going to our big box retailers. For those of you who travel University City, you know we have some major big box retailers, and their shopping carts are everywhere. And that is an issue for us. And we work directly with them and had conversations, but we think the time is now to get more aggressive and say, listen, if we can't get these shopping carts out of our way, we're going to work to ask support, financial support from these big box retailers to help us. And we're going to be working with the council on that to help us move forward in that direction. Under economic development this year, University City has made some strategic progress in economic development and planning. We've advanced several key infrastructure projects, including our $11.5 million JW Clay Streetscape, the $27.7 million I-85 North Bridge connecting UNC Charlotte to URP, and major lighting upgrades, that 8-mile stretch along W.T. Harris. New developments reshaping our landscape, the Water Edge Library nearing completion, Electrolux rezoning for mixed use, and several rezonings paving the way for new housing and retail options. We also invested in Placer AI, a powerful data platform that allows us to track event performance, visitor demographics, and community trends, informing both our clean and safe efforts and development strategies. University City Partners remains committed to collaboration with our local and state government, all the major infrastructure projects occurring in our MSD. We meet consistently with officials, including CATS, CDOT, NCDOT, to address these issues. UCP remains committed to expanding mobility options in addition to our existing transportation options. We're excited about that potential of the 1% sales tax and what that can mean for University City as being a micro transit zone. We continue to also monitor and collaborate with NCDOT and CMPD on traffic and pedestrian safety. That's another issue that we're closely monitoring. Closing gaps in sidewalks, installing safer pedestrian crossings, and implementing traffic calming measures along University City. University City Partners, we invest in bold community-oriented placemaking, and we're pretty excited about this long-term vision. We've launched updated vision plans efforts in 2 areas, University Research Park, which we manage, and University Place Town Center Lake area. These spaces are critical to the future and identity of University City. Within University Research Park, UCP has overseen common area landscaping operations for nearly a decade. We recently initiated a major landscaping clean-out, green infrastructure overhaul. Around the lake, which is owned by University Place Owners Association, we continue to support lake maintenance, but also our signature events. In your package, you'll see there, we're getting gear up from Wine Fest. I'm looking forward to seeing everyone there this weekend, and so we're pretty excited about that. But also the new developments along Water's Edge emerge, and so we're excited to see the library come on deck, excited to see the novel, and also some public activation that we're going to talk about just in a minute. University City is on the rise, driven by bold investments, including, once again, I mentioned Vanguard and talked about what those 3,000 employees mean to University Research Park, but also the other ones, as I mentioned earlier, R.E. Mason and Pinnacle Financial. New housing and mixed-use developments totaling hundreds of apartments, townhomes, and commercial spaces, reshaping our neighborhoods with walkable, community-focused design. Also, the exciting news for us is UNC Charlotte's in the R1 status and what that means for university. Go Niners. Niner Nation. We're really excited about that because that leans in on us when we look at IP and we look at businesses and opportunities coming out, R&D coming out of the university, where it can land. It can land right in University City for job creation. Our six signature events are really powerful tools for community building, for visibility, for relevancy, and economic growth. We welcome over 41,000 attendees across all our signature events. Our Charlotte New Year's Day 5K saw a 28% increase. We actually sold out this year. Our Farmers and Wine Fest continue to see increase, and we're tracking the dollars that we're circulating. We know that we see an issue with retail leakage in University City, so people live in University City, they work in University City, but not shopping as much, and we want them to stay in University City and spending their dollars there. So we're working with our developers to bring in retail, bring in restaurants, so that we have a place where people are actually in. Now we know we're right adjacent to the Concord Mills and others, but we know there's an opportunity for us to grow in that area. Once again, I mentioned about these brands and what's happening within University City as far as our signature events. Our marketing reach has skyrocketed. Our media value is up by 290%. We're seeing a lot of engagement online, a lot of views, likes, and shares, and that's important for us. We're also engaging over 10,000 contacts in our database, and we're raising funds. We know that it's important for MSD not only to rely on revenue coming from our taxpayers, but also those who are in the philanthropic space with over $142,000 in sponsorship dollars from many great partners. The stories that we tell talk about how strong we are. We've seen record-breaking engagement when it comes to our signature events, 6,000 attendees at our U City Lights, 150% jump from last year, and we're expecting over 2,000 guests at Wine Fest this year. This all means that we're growing in many areas. Last thing, a couple things I want to point out before I wrap this up. We're also excited about the relevancy of University City is actually attracting others to come. So you see here listed here, we have Charlotte, or Boom Charlotte coming to University City at the end of this month. We also have, I mentioned Charlotte Kids Fest, Niner Nation Week, Queen City Arts Festival, and the list goes on how we're attracting these events to bring people to spend their time and money in University City. We've added over 5,000 subscribers in the past year to our newsletter. And to me, I'm pretty excited about that because people are learning about University City. And we find that the more people learn about University City, the more they're engaged to come to our events and engage with us. We also have our real estate newsletter that's also continue to grow. We have our YouTube, social media, cross platforms that are really engaging people to come to University City and learn more about not just our events, but also what we offer in University City. I want to keep it going here a little bit. We're also excited about art activation. This is important for us because as we look at University City and MSDs across the country, how do we activate spaces? Well, this is a picture of a University City book collection working with a local artist, Geneva Tyree. Those will be installed in the next 60 days around the lake as we welcome our new library. The goal is activation along University City and getting people excited about coming there and spending time there. Just want to highlight within your document is the annual report, and there's a few things to highlight there. I mean, I mentioned about the clean and safe and our growth as far as our newsletters. I also want to talk about our support of our small businesses. In the past year, we've spent over $500,000 in support of small businesses. Some of those are grants, some of those are actually working with small businesses in the area. We make it a point to support our small business. So if we have anything that we're going to buy, we try to look for businesses within University City. I also want to highlight also in the annual report, you'll see the use of our funds on page 10. You'll see how we spend our dollars, and it's highlighted within the annual report. We estimate 1,500 small businesses in our MSD. We've been able to connect with 900, a little bit over 900 of them. They've received over $150,000 in grants. I want to say thanks to the council for the grant we received for small businesses, $236,000, I believe it was. Majority of that went out directly to the businesses, a number of different grants. And we're pretty excited about that because once again, it's showing that we're connecting with these businesses. I also want to shout out our council member who sits on our board, Renee, for connecting us with a number of different these resources. We've had the opportunity to meet with a number of resources on the county, state, and city level and connecting them with our businesses when they need resource. I mentioned it earlier about our small business issues, a few people we work with. Some of you, I'm sure you know some of these faces, but the point is for us is that we connect with small businesses when we can. We want to spend our dollars. We also want to support those who are in University City. So the future, as I wrap this up, we are excited to really focus on this ambassador program, and we'll be looking for partners on that. We're going to closely work with Brent Cagle and his team with CATS as we look forward to the microtransit mobility and continue along the line of art and activation within University City. So we continue with our signature events, continue with placemaking and identify locations and areas for art. And we'll lean in with UNC Charlotte as they work with this new status of being an R1 research institution. Thank you.
Keith, thank you for that report, very comprehensive report. I open it up for questions, and I'll make my remarks to close us out towards the end. Any questions and/or comments? Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first and foremost, I want to say congratulations to Mr. Rue and Mr. Bakari on the activity over in South Park. Had opportunity to connect with Mr. Rue in person and really impressed with what's going on out there. But Mr. Stanley, I wanted to say congratulations on everything that you've done. I had an opportunity to review your collateral that was in one of our packets, and the low vacancy in the 25 shopping centers that are a part of UCP is phenomenal. We're challenged with that across the city. Also, the connection with the number of hotels and bringing on another new hotel, as well as attracting from an economic development standpoint, large businesses like Vanguard and others. And so I just want to say congratulations with that. What I've heard, though, from a couple of all of our MSDs is you guys have a phenomenal amount of data around your municipal areas and the residents that reside there and their tastes and preferences and how they like to live and play. I would love to see, some, call them personas, if you will, of, the residents that live in your respective areas. From an economic strata perspective, what types of jobs do they have? What are their diverse backgrounds, some of the demographics and psychographics around the residents that reside in these three MSDs. I think that would help us be more forward-thinking and inform some decisions on a larger macro level from a city perspective. Lastly, Mr. Stanley, the ambassador program that you're standing up, and I know Mr. Smith has one uptown already, but I think that could be a potential missing link for us as a city. There are other parts of the city that need the resources that an ambassador program could bring, but they don't have the infrastructure and the economics of an MSD. And so I'm thinking of a few areas that are in District 1, but also in other districts as well. So I think that might be an opportunity for us as we continue through the budget season to think about how we can potentially leverage some of the work already done in these MSDs from an ambassador program and scale it up at a city level. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you, Keith, for your leadership. Being a resident of University City, I see the progress. I also see the challenges. I-85 is a mixed blessing, right? Because we get people coming through all the time and throwing stuff out of the cars and just dealing with 18-wheelers. And I know Councilmember Johnson's done a really good job of helping to curb that, but it still exists. You got a lot of state roads over there that you have no control over, right down the center of your community, which makes it really, really difficult. And your branding, the university, which is a Class 1 institution, is behind the gates, right? And we would love for that to spill over into the community, especially on game days, football or basketball, and even entertainment, to help stimulate some of the retail shops, bring more amenities to the area other than chain restaurants, right, and others. But I understand that you're up for the challenge, and we're here to partner with you. A lot of the stuff that they're paying for out of their budget is code enforcement stuff. And I think that's something that we really have to look at, because these are city services that we should be leaning into, and we are, but it's just the proliferation of the issues that they're dealing with goes beyond the city in some cases, because in some cases the cleanup is on state roads. And then if we have to wait for the state to clean it up, we'll be waiting for a while, a long, long time. So the challenges are real, but hopefully that we can continue this conversation with all three entities. Like I said before, I met with all three of them within the last month, got a precursor to their presentations, and simply wanted to acknowledge the work that each and every one of them are doing in their respective areas. And so next time, let's come back and make an axe. Everyone is axe. Axe.
Will do.
All right.
We are lucky to have you three titans of municipal service.
Thank you. All right, all minds and souls are in line. Can I get a motion for adjournment?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Station WBLS in the class like.
like to start by welcoming everyone to the room and those joining us online to the April 7th Budget Governance and Intergovernmental Relations Committee meeting. I'm Councilmember Dimple Ajmera, serving as committee chair. So I'll pause here for introductions, starting with committee members, and then of staff.
Good afternoon, Lawana Mayfield, council member at large, committee member.
Charles Curry, committee member. Vice chair.
Bree Harris, strategy and budget.
Cherry Smith, Strategy and Budget.
Jalou, strategy and budget.
Sean Heath, City Manager's Office.
Mike Hill, Aviation.
Haley Gentry, aviation.
Fire Chief Reginald Johnson.
Monica Allen, City Manager's Office.
Brent Cagle, Cats. Eric Richter, Aviation.
Okay, Brian.
I am not with the city. My name is Brian. I am with a private firm called CLT Public Relations.
Rodney McGill, the Save Our Tourism.
IDM Peterson, planning.
Cameron Herrera, Strategy and Budget. Fitzgerald, Deputy Chief from the Fire Department. Will Fitzgerald, Deputy Chief from the Fire Department.
Thank you and welcome everyone. So for today's meeting of the committee, we are planning to cover 4 topics. We have a packed agenda. So I ask everyone to be mindful of our time here. First, our fire chief is joining us to provide a brief update on the status of developing an interlocal agreement with MEDIC. So let's proceed, and I ask all the committee members to hold your questions till Chief has completed his presentations. And would 10 minutes be, enough? All right, well, great. What a great start. Hopefully aviation will keep up with you. I'm just kidding.
Thank you, Madam Chair and council members. This is an informational update, and out of respect for my peers that have worked hard on their presentations and your packed agenda, I'll be very brief. As you all know, we have a current temporary MOU with MEDIC that ran from January 7th and for 6 months, so it'll end July 6th, July 7th. We have not a contract with MEDIC, and that is concerning to us as well as I'm sure the residents that expect us to provide that level of service to them. And so we want to make sure that you all are kept into the loop when it comes to this contract negotiations as we're continuing forward.
Thank you, Chief Johnson. Appreciate the update as well as the memo that you had sent us last week. It is concerning that we don't have a contract in front of us, especially going into the budget. So what are the next steps here?
So as far as we're concerned, once we get the draft contract, we will review that as CFD leadership. I'm sure it'll be just like every other contract. There'll be some back and forth that needs to take place between us and MEDIC. And finally, the city attorney's office is going to have to review and weigh in finally before a contract is signed and settled.
So I understand that you were expecting something this week, and that didn't happen. So now you're going to see something in May. It will probably be after the manager's presentation. Manager is presenting in May, I believe, May 12th, I believe.
The first Monday in May.
Oh, May 5th. So I'm just trying to understand the impact and how, in the absence of having anything prior to May, under what assumptions would we have to continue forward?
So we still have our temporary MOU, which clearly defines and gives us the authority to continue to respond to EMS calls as we are today. So that is in effect until the first week of July. So we still have time to review the contract, and hopefully come up with something that's mutually beneficial to both organizations.
Got it. Okay, and in the meantime, is there anything that you need from the city council?
Just be in support of us as we continue to go back and forth with this contract. Our goal is to find something, again, that's mutually beneficial to both organizations and also providing the highest level of service to our residents. And that's what we're looking for here.
Well, thank you, Chief Johnson, for your service. I see Councilmember Bukhari has questions.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd just make a comment here because this has been underway and a concerning issue for a while now, and something I know you and your team have worked very hard on. At this point, though, if I'm just kind of reading in between the lines, it sounds like solving this long-term may not be the top priority of everyone we need it to be the top priority of. And I think I would, unless you would correct me in that statement, I think my perspective would be like this is as important of a topic as any. This is people's lives every day, and that always complicated agreement between different bodies to make sure it happens. So I would say, one, to all the people out there that are part of this conversation and work effort, this is not something that can be deprioritized to later. With our budget timeline, with the criticality of what is happening, and with the MOU and the interim, it needs to be solved quickly, and it needs to be brought before council so that we understand what's happening. And then to you specifically for number two, I would say at this point, you know, with the track record we've seen, taking a hard line isn't something I would think that this council would oppose supporting you on doing. And if that means that, hey, guess what? We're going to turn things off until you guys prioritize this right level, I would say, by all means, get the support of this body, which I'm sure will be there to arm you to make sure everyone's taking this incredibly seriously, because this is it's just not acceptable anymore.
Thank you, council member.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Bukhari. I agree in terms of we cannot just put this off. I did notice in your memo that Huntersville Fire Department opted to cancel their contract with Matic. I'm not saying that we are going to do that, but certainly that's certainly on the table at this point with everything that's going on. But like Councilmember Bukhari said, you have our support, and I look forward to continuous update. So Councilmember Mayfield has a question, and then we'll wrap this up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, sharing the support, you already know multiple conversations we've been having for more than a year and a half regarding this issue. Here's the question that I have for you. What would be the impact if we were, and you don't have to answer now unless you're ready, you can send it to us in via form of a memo, but what would be the impact on community service if this contract were not to move forward, knowing that some of our partners have realized that the financial costs are not equitable regarding fires, assistance, and really situations that really should be medic, not necessarily fire?
So I will say a couple things here. One, the financial aspect of the contract is important, but that's not the sole issue here with the contract. The Charlotte Fire Department resources are being used by another organization, and we're trying to address the controls of our resources. Our current response times are not meeting NFPA standards, and we have to find ways to make sure that our resources are available to be around for the critical calls that we must run. Which EMS response is one of the things that we do, but it's not all we do. We do a myriad of things, and we have to be available for all of those. To your point, Councilmember Mayfield, if the contract is not renewed and the MOU expires, legally we cannot respond to EMS calls, and that would be an impact to everyone here in the city. And so we don't want to get to that point, and we're trying desperately to do that. I do believe that Medic wants to get things done. But again, I won't know until we see the contract as to how close we are or how far apart we are on what we've discussed over the past 3 months. And Madam Chair, if I could just say one thing, we did cancel our original contract, and that's why we're under a temporary MOU, so we're in the same boat as Huntersville is. But the other northern towns are also in negotiations with Medic without canceling their contract. So there are four organizations that are in negotiations with Medic to come up with the first responder contract.
Right, yeah, I did see that in their memo that Cornelius and Davidson fire departments are in negotiation without canceling their contracts. So I understand we are not alone. There is a sense of urgency, especially from municipalities here. We just got to make sure that all parties feel that level of sense of urgency here. Because ultimately, it's not just the financial impact, like you said, it is a impact to our residents. When they call 911, we got to make sure that they get the services on time that they're paying for through property tax. So I look forward to continued update from you, Chief Johnson. And with that, if there are no other questions, we will move on to the second topic. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you
on
very
the
much.
timing. Yes. So next we'll hear from aviation. All right, on their proposed budget and operational priorities for the coming fiscal year.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. And at your request, we will try to do this as expeditiously as possible. Go ahead and get started while you're getting your handouts there. Most of you know the information that's on this slide, so I'm not going to belabor it with you. I would point out a few things to you, just in case you are not familiar. Last year, we completed the year with 58.8 million passengers. That's a record for us. Charlotte also ranked as the 7th busiest airport in the world in terms of arrivals and departures, and ninth in the country in terms of passengers. Probably the most impactful number on this whole page is the $40 billion annual economic impact. That is representative of 5% of our state's gross domestic product. And just as a reminder, not that any of us need that, but we are home to American Airlines' second largest hub. Every year we set out budget priorities. They do shift. This year, these are our top 2 priorities: risk mitigation and operational resiliency, and technology and innovation. All you have to do is turn on your television or your radio, and every week you hear about some mishap at an airport. It could be anything from a utility problem to a cyber attack to some sort of safety and security failure. So we are taking that worldwide situation very seriously. We have a very I think, robust emergency management and response plan already in place, but we are working to identify single points of failure and any other gaps that may be in that area. And you'll start to see that if you were to go into the weeds of what is actually being purchased within our budget for the upcoming year. In addition to that, we are trying to leverage our technology to really enhance the passenger experience. An example of this is the increased use of biometrics that you're starting to see throughout our facility. Really trying to build the airport of tomorrow, not just thinking about solutions that solve today's problems. This is a recap of our total passengers on a fiscal year. You will see, even though we finished last year, the number I quoted you earlier is a calendar year. For budget purposes, we thought it was important to reflect this. We are projected to hit 58.9 million passengers with this next fiscal year. And you can see how fast we recovered from COVID. We were one of the fastest recovering airports in the country due to the hub. In keeping with this, the growth and what's happening, we thought we would give you just a quick snapshot at this point in the presentation of what next year's budget actually looks like. $333 million in operating expenses, $547 million in operating revenues, and net revenues of $214 million. We'll get into this just a little bit more in the coming slides. So what does it take to operate our organization? Our budget is divided into the Aviation Department strategic principles, and there are 6 of them. So I am going to go through the principles, and you will see examples of the budgetary expense that is associated within each of these. The strategic principles is how we accomplish our work at the airport. It touches on every aspect of our business, and you will see that reflected, as well as the relevant items within the budget. I would call out the technology investment in radios here. This is a complete $6 million radio reinvestment for infrastructure. This will put us in
touch with fire, police, medic. It will give us capabilities we don't have now. It's an example of a project there. Employee success is our second strategic principle, and you will see here that we have a high focus on recruitment and retention as well as professional development, and we are growing those pipelines of employees through apprenticeships, internships, and co-ops. Customer experience. This is an area that we are always striving to stay ahead of. This is an example of the biometrics that I mentioned to you. We recently added what's called EPP, Enhanced Passenger Processing. We have too many acronyms at the airport, sorry. But that's an international arrivals area, and right now, if you come in through our international arrivals area, you have the option to use biometrics, and it is really changing our throughput per hour there, which is great. No one wants to be standing in line. So strategic growth. This is something that's been quite evident to anyone who's been following our progress for the past few years. We've been expanding our facilities tremendously. Expanded square footage translates into higher utilities, higher cost to maintain. There's more cleaning involved. There's more maintenance. We have a growing parking program that we've been focused on over the past few years. That is an online booking program where you book your parking in advance. That, of course, translates into more credit card processing. And positive partnerships. That's a photo of the Runway 5K. If you've never done that, you do run on the runway at the airport. It's a great example of our community engagement efforts, and I would encourage each of you to check it out. You can walk if you're not a runner, but it's a great opportunity and raises scholarship funds for opportunity scholars at Central Piedmont. And lastly is asset preservation. This is something that we have a high priority for. As you know, with the record passengers that have been coming and the expansion of the hub, our time to deep clean the building and maintain and provide various critical maintenance functions, that window has been condensed. So right now we're looking at about midnight to 4 a.m. for when we can do heavy maintenance on various pieces of infrastructure that we have, as well as doing deep cleans. It's very difficult to clean something when someone's sitting in the seat. So we're really challenging our team on trying to continue to maintain high levels of service, but we're having to get a bit more creative about how we do that, and that is impacting the budget. I'm going to turn it over now to Mike Hill, and he's going to talk with you about some of the numbers.
Okay, great. Thanks, Haley. Thanks for the opportunity. So we'd just like to contextualize the messaging that you heard from Haley in terms of what does this mean in terms of dollars and cents. So we are seeking council's consideration for approval of a $30 million net increase in total expenditures, both through a combination of personal services to the tune of about $13.5 million increase in personal services, a $13.5 million increase in our total operating budget that captures the initiatives that Haley just shared earlier, and that represents about an 8% increase over prior year budget levels. In terms of the total net expenditure increase, we're proposing a 9.6% increase in the total operating budget. And just to provide a little bit more context in terms of the growth in employments and activities that Haley shared with you earlier, since 2021, we've increased our total passenger activity levels by 26%. So this really is the budget that we believe is necessary to help support that level of growth that we've incurred at the airport. One of the things also we wanted to highlight is the significant growth in revenues. So as we saw coming out of the pandemic, the importance for the airport to diversify its revenues, not only to rely upon our airline partners, but also to look to other non-airline operating revenues like parking, food, beverage, retail, concession revenues, rental car revenues. We own and operate our own fixed base operation for general aviation activities, and other revenues increasing to $300.5 million. This represents only about 60% of our total revenues. In total, we anticipate generating over $500 million in revenue in FY26. In terms of what we use these net revenues for, our capital development program continues. We are at the end of the Destination CLT program. We appreciate all the support from council that we've received through all the multiple initiatives that you've helped us facilitate. Over the next 5 years, we're anticipating the continuance of that program to the tune of about $1.67 billion. That represents the completion of the fourth parallel runway program, most recently that you've approved construction for. We also want to point out how that program is funded in terms of a combination of federal grants, passenger facility charges, which are our local fee that we collect on passenger tickets, and about 50% of the program being funded through airport revenue bonds. The next bond issuance is going to be around $300 million that you'll soon see for your consideration. In terms of how we're going to use those monies, we've really been shifting from the terminal development program, investing in new concourses, terminal lobby expansion programs, and terminal rehabilitation projects, now with a focus more on the airfield. We'd be remiss too if we didn't want to share with you some of the successes that we've enjoyed through multiple different programs, including our Charlotte Business Inclusion Program and the Federal Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program. One of the most successful airports in the entire nation in terms of both local diversity and federal diversity programs. In the CBI program, and these are fiscal year 24 numbers, and again, we expect a continuance of these metrics. We spent $26 million in 2024. We established a goal of 13.1% and achieved 14.8% in that program. And on the federal side, we spent $28 million with a goal of 15.7%, and we achieved 20% participation in those projects. In terms of our Airport Concession Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, again, one of the most successful programs in the country. One of the things I think that's not on the slide, but just to recognize, is that 1 out of every $3 that's generated in terms of concession sales at the airport are derived from ACDVE partners. And we'd be absolute remiss not to recognize, again, the continuance of really the hallmark of what makes Charlotte special and why we continue to be successful. And that is really a story to recognize the efficiency of the airport. Again, this is something that you've probably all seen before. This is a list of 17 competing large hub facilities in the United States. FY26, we are estimating a cost per enplaned passenger of about $3.85. You can see where our other peers rank. We don't show the Los Angeles Port Authority airports. We would not even register on this chart, which I think is important to reflect also.
I think LA's on there, but the Port Authority's not.
Oh, LA is, but the New York Ports Authority airports are not located on there. And also just to recognize that for our other competing facilities, these are 2024 numbers, and we're showing 2026. All these other airports are incurring multi-billion-dollar capital development programs. Their numbers will increase exponentially. We will continue to maintain our position as the most efficient large hub facility in the entire country. Also wanted to recognize our hubbing partner, American Airlines, who we've met with, together with the other signatory airline partners that operate at the airport, to present this budget, and so far we believe them to be in full support of what we're doing.
So that concludes our presentation. Wow. Happy to answer any questions. All right, great timing. I have a couple of questions before I turn it over to my colleagues to ask questions. Haley, thank you for your leadership. I know you are one of the first women to serve as a women executive to lead airport of our size. That means a lot for young women like me. Thank you. I know that there is a debate going on nationally about safety and air traffic congestion while trying to obviously increase traffic. How do you balance that? And what are the steps that we are taking to ensure safety, especially mid-air collision, as we are continuing to grow at such a fast pace?
Well, I think there's been a lot of attention given to Charlotte in terms of federal dollars and federal investment. First of all, we have a brand-new air traffic control tower, state-of-the-art, one of the most modern facilities throughout the country. Secondly, I think the investment that we've been making in our airfield to actually match the level of activity that we have for our hub carrier
has made tremendous differences. There are things that you've been responsible for approving, such as our North End Around Taxiway, our South Crossfield Taxiway. They come to you as the form of construction, but they are tremendous safety improvements. Not only provide a higher level of safety where you're not crossing active runways, but also provide a level of efficiency, which is great because when you burn less fuel, save money on crew time, and that saves the passenger and the in-run money. So we feel like we're in a good spot. No place is ever perfect, but we do have a very high attention to detail with our federal partners on things regarding air service. That's good to hear that we have made investments in ensuring that as we are growing at such a fast pace, we are also making significant investments in safety, passenger safety. Did I hear that the increase in expense is 8%, but the revenue has increased by 28%?
No, so 28% was the increase in passenger activities over the last, at least since 2021. That $30 million increase represents less than a 10% overall increase in the budget. The total revenue increase in terms of a percentage is 11.8.
Okay.
So it's important. I mean, we as an enterprise fund to operate the airport as a business and ensure that we're being self-sufficient and really making sure we're exploring those revenue opportunities.
That's great to hear. I know that you talked about really diversifying our revenue source rather than it's coming, majority of it's from the airlines. We are looking at parking, we are looking at food vendors and so on. We have a comparison for cost for airlines. Do we have any sort of comparison for passengers that are taking flights from Charlotte? So how do we compare in terms of cost for our residents in terms of parking, food cost, and so on? We don't have all of that information in one place like we have the CPE. Right. We do study that, and we have various metrics and comparisons. I can tell you that our cost for parking, although it can often be scrutinized when people are parking when they pull up, because they're paying the highest price now when you pull up, it is one of the lowest in the country. The pre-book online system is enabling us to actually properly manage our parking and maximize the spaces that we have and the resources that we have, so we are not unneedingly investing in construction. It is very different, although we do have the #1 parking program in the country for online booking, with over 60% of our passengers doing online booking. So there are airports that have been doing this longer than we have that can't even get to 50%. So we're really pleased with that. But we also do quite well in terms of passenger expenditures in the terminal. Food, beverage, and retail, there are annual metrics that come out nationwide that we monitor ourselves against. We are not the highest, we are not the lowest. We are very comparable, though, to other hub operators. We actually think because the terminal building is so crowded that we're actually leaving sales on the table right now in that regard. So we do individually track some of those metrics you are discussing. What would be helpful is parking. If you could provide how we compare with other cities, and that can be part of the follow-up report. Certainly, as we have increased parking rates, I think in past couple of years, I've heard from residents that parking has significantly increased, right? So we want to be able to provide an answer. This is how we compare to other cities, right? And how we are managing our demand with the supply that we have. Happy to do that. Right. And I can tell you, it is important in parking, and I can say this because Brent's right behind me still, I think. There has been a concerted effort when Brent came through our department and continued on with my leadership, where it is important that parking not be a loss leader. We must recover our costs that it takes to operate that. And I think you'll see that when we share the rates. Yeah, I think cost recovery is important, especially for an enterprise fund. So I think having that information would be helpful. And also, I know you answered the questions about significant investments in passenger safety, especially in light of what we had seen at mid-air collision over Washington, D.C. If you can provide us some comparison of how we compare with other airports across the country, that would be helpful. And last but not the least, I'm sure you probably anticipated this coming. We've heard from many public speakers that appeared at our public forum, and they often ask us to address livable wages, right? They have raised concerns around wages, benefits, conditions. I get it. This is our contracted workers. These are not direct employees of the airport. But if you can talk about what influence we have, what we have done, and what we will continue to do to address their concerns.
If I could clarify something you just said, the individuals who have been appearing before council are employees of the airline, whether they are employed directly with the airline or they are employed with one of their subcontractors. And I believe there have been at least 2 different subcontractors represented, ABM and Prospect, and they do contract with American Airlines or one of their subsidiaries. We do have a contract with ABM. They clean the terminal facility. We have not had anyone from that particular contract come forward that I am aware of. They have all been related to the airline. The airline employee base, many of them belong to various unions. They are very well represented in our community. You have at least 3 different unions that I can think of off the top of my head with the airlines. And then you have unions that are also participating with food, beverage, and retail providers. And that is a different union base. All of the ones recently have been airline focused. And as I said, they're very well organized. We do meet with them. I know there were some meetings that occurred this morning. There were meetings 2 weeks ago. But when we have those meetings, the majority of the time, we actually have a representative from the airline. The airport, our contract is with the airline. We don't have a relationship with their employees. Now, clearly, they're in the building. We all work together on safety, security, day to day. So that is not meant to say we don't ever cross paths, or we don't have projects that we work together on. But we do have a very organized group of people in our community. We've been able to have very positive conversations. We want them to bring, regardless of union or non-unionized employee, we want information that's going to make us better come forward. We want to have safety and security concerns. We want to work better together on items that make for better policy in our environment. But in terms of what you can do, I think the city attorney has really pontificated on that.
Yes.
There are some things that they have been asking for that I'm not sure are as straightforward as have been requested. But I would defer to the city attorney's office on that.
That is helpful. Okay, that's all I have. Any questions? Okay, Councilmember Mayfield, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay.
I want Haley to, I have a question for her.
Okay.
But I want to talk about the growth of the airport, how the airport has grown significantly, and what it takes to keep up operations at the airport, because we are advanced at the airport to a point where we didn't think we would be. So we can talk about that growth and what it requires for you and your staff to take care of that growth. And then I'll defer, but I'll let you answer that first. I want to put that out in the atmosphere of how Charlotte CLT has grown significantly in a short period of time, and that we were not, I won't say ready, but, there's a lot to run an operation to this magnitude. You gotta be ready whether you're ready or not. So there's nothing, it's not anything that you can plan for. Me being somebody who is in aviation and been at American Airlines for a very long period of time, can you talk about that growth and what that looks like and what it takes to operate?
Be happy to. And thank you for that recognition. 2 years ago, we did a financial filing for when we were going to issue some more debt. And in that financial filing, it had a projections expectation for, I think, the next 10 years. And at that time, we were expected to hit 60 million passengers in the year 2030. We hit 58.8 last year. So that came at the growth of the hub, and the hub does not always ask permission in terms of, can we do X, Y, and Z based on our federal obligations. If they tell us they're going to bring more aircraft, we are obligated legally to provide that space for them. So we do work with them on those things, because obviously we have to use our facility in the best and most efficient manner, because we do have some gate constraints. So the hub was very strong last summer. I think you'll see a flattening of that coming up this summer. It will not go down in passengers. It may, well, let me back up. I don't want to say it won't go down. I'm expecting it to be status quo this year. You won't see the increase that you saw last year. But it absolutely put pressure on our organization, put pressure on our public parking. It put pressure on our pre-security with half the terminal building being under construction. And it absolutely put pressure on the gate hold areas and the ability for people to get in and out for food, beverage, and retail. So we're working to get the construction finished. It is on schedule to be done this fall, but I think that's what you're referring to. It was a lot of pressure very quickly, and we've learned a lot from it.
Yeah. So I don't know the magnitude of what you just explained, but I did want to put it out there in the atmosphere, because we're in 2025, so that's a 5-year spurt of what you just capitalized off of and explained to everybody that's listening. And I just want to go back to what our council member, our chair, we want to make sure that our employees feel valued at the airlines. And I know some things may be beyond your control, but that's the main concern. You know, their living wage is to be able, because they run the operations. I ask you to acknowledge the growth so we could see the importance of being able to maintain the airport. And so we have to do that with our employees, whether it be through American Airlines, their contract, or it be through the airport, whatever airport operations is. And I understand the operation's pretty good from being an employee on the front lines out there, been below the ground and above ground. So I want the aircraft, that is, and I want people to understand what it takes. But employees definitely need to feel valued, and so whatever we can do, deferring to our city attorney, I can pluck his brains and see exactly what our scope is and what we can and cannot do. But as an advocate for blue-collar workers, because I'm one myself, and the people that make sure that the airport is ran under operations and ran safely and effectively and efficiently, I just wanted to put that out there on record. So thank you so much, Haley. And also, didn't get to tell you this in Women's History Month. I do not be remiss to say that what you do is amazing. And we only 7 days in April, so going back to you 7 days, happy Women's History Month. And, you know, your history of holding that position down and doing the job that you do. I wouldn't want to do it, but thank you so much for all that you do. And I defer.
Thank you. Councilmember Mayfield, and then we'll wrap it up.
Thank you. Haley and team, thank you for the information. I'm actually going to backtrack into my questions, going back to slide 18, and a continuation of the question that Councilmember Ajmira asked regarding when you bring the update back to us, what is the cost for local residents? So on the separate slide that you have for us, we do look at the airline rates and charges. That budget slide saying that Charlotte, we have the lowest cost. It would be helpful for me to also have an understanding in comparison to the low cost to do business in the city. That is the numbers that I'm looking for as far as the cost to fly out of the city, because we do have a number of origination from Charlotte, not just being the second leg or the first leg, which was predominantly our space for many years, what those costs actually look like, because I want to make sure at the end of the day that our residents are getting a fair opportunity, both in the cost for that flight as well as the cost of parking, compared to them driving to Raleigh or to Concord or to other areas, because the costs are much more manageable.
I'd be happy to provide you some flight tracking, some flight fair pricing data, excuse me.
Thank you, because
But I will remind you, and I'm never popular when I say this, but there is actually no correlation between what it costs someone to operate at the airport versus what they charge.
right, because the market is the market.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
but it would be helpful to at least show the community that we have done our research and we are looking into it. So when those numbers come back, that will be helpful. Then if we can go back to slide 15, which is the 2026 to 2030 capital improvement program. So we have been very successful with federal grants. Have you all heard any conversations regarding any potential challenges under this administration with our federal grant process?
I'll let Mike comment to that. His team's been exceptionally successful in getting grants, and we feel very confident about our LOI for the runway. Why don't you share a little more?
Yeah, thank you, Haley. Thanks for the question. So obviously, this is something that we've been focused on, working with our federal partners to ensure the continuation of federal obligations and commitments that they've made and being sure that we're good partners and walking step in step with them through the processes. You all might recall that the city was awarded a $290 million letter of intent from the Federal Aviation Administration, which is a 10-year commitment of federal funding. This is tied to our billion-dollar runway program. Thankfully for Congress recently approving a continuing resolution, the FAA has authorized us to submit our first grant application, and that's currently in process, and we don't have any reason to believe that there should be any hang-ups with that. I'm thankful to report.
That is very important, so thank you for that. If we can go back up to slide 12. I just want to get a clarification for this 2026 budget detail. What are department charge outs?
Okay, so I will take that as well. So departmental charge-outs recognize the fact that we have employees that are dedicated to our capital development program, that $1.6 billion capital development program. And so we pull those out of the operating budget as those personnel are charged out to projects and then amortized over the life of those projects.
So just like capital
So it's a capital charge-out, in effect.
That definitely helps, and I do appreciate the fact that with our growth, we're looking at the increase in our personnel as well, because that is the place where we do have the opportunity to make sure that we're looking at fair wages. Can we go back to slide 8? When we talk about the strategic partners and the customer experience, I just want to make sure that I have a better understanding. So we've been having the conversation now for multiple years regarding the potential partnership with CLEAR. So we have TSA. If you have TSA and if you've been to the airport anytime over the last few years, you see that TSA line is about as long as the general line. Where are we in those conversations?
Well, the biggest improvement that you can see if you were to go to the airport today is checkpoint 2 is now open. Checkpoint 2 is dedicated to pre-check. So in an interim period, we have had a couple of lines still at checkpoint 1, just as we're retraining everybody to use checkpoint 2. But you have a dedicated checkpoint now for pre-check, and the throughput is tremendous there, so it's making a big difference. In terms of CLEAR, we have been in constant communication with CLEAR. However, there is some federal rulemaking that is underway right now through the TSA involving CLEAR. And so while this federal rulemaking is going on, we have stepped back from the table to see what happens with this, so we are sure of any investment that we make with them, because the rules are changing from a federal perspective. It is a service that has been requested numerous times by our local population, and we stay in close contact with them, and will continue to do that until this rulemaking ends. The biggest challenge while we did not have them to date was space, and so now that the lobby project is coming to an end, the space question has been answered. And as soon as we can figure out the federal rulemaking process and the rules that revolve around that, we'll make that determination as well.
And we don't have a timeline window.
We don't.
For
we did. The comment period has ended, but we don't know when we will get that feedback from the federal government yet.
And then my last question in regards still a follow-up from Councilmember Ashmere regarding the language of our employees. We did receive an update from Attorney Fox, but I also want to just clarify around the case ordinance that was submitted to us as a proposal from our partners and our residents, more specifically, because in here, they do speak to, does the city of Charlotte have the authority to enact the case ordinance? Charlotte is the owner and Federal Aviation Administration certified operator of the airport. It has been granted authority by the FAA to ensure Charlotte CLT operates safely and efficiently, excuse me. In its role as proprietor of the airport, it may adopt minimum standards for its permittees and lessees to ensure Charlotte meets those goals. Although North Carolina state preempts city minimum wage laws, it does not bar a city from setting wage and benefit standards for companies that have a city lease or permit to operate at the airport. Help me, walk me through that a little, because from my end, as a sitting representative, it seems like there's pushback, for lack of a better word right now, on Charlotte Airport side to say, if you're going to do business with us versus lowest responsive bidder, of which I always have challenges personally with responsive versus lowest bidder, especially when you come back with multiple amendments that pretty much can push you over whatever the next lowest amount was. Help me understand where the airport is with us being able to address the concerns, because ultimately, for all businesses, and I'm not asking the airport to think about or do anything any differently than I ask any corporate potential partner that comes into the city. If our employees cannot afford to live here, that is going to be a challenge. It is going to be a challenge with getting employees, maintaining employees. We do not need to have employees living in cars, which we have unfortunately been advised of, as well as employees living in storage unit space because they cannot afford to live in our city, but yet they work at a business that we have contracted with. So with understanding the research through legal partners regarding the case ordinance, how do you see an opportunity for us to have better conversations with these contractual partners, knowing that some of these contracts are going to be coming up for renewal very soon?
Well, what you're being asked to do is approve a living wage. And there are some cities that have that. I think if you go through and you read the background and the history of the cities that implemented living wage, it was not easy. It was very difficult, it was very partisan, it was very complicated legally. And some of those cities still have lawsuits in effect as a result of the living wage. I can't speak to, nor will I, about legalities of this, that, and the other, but I will tell you, the airport has no position. We are geography in some of this conversation. Now, we absolutely are there to operate the airport and do what council manager directs us to do in that environment. But that is a policy matter, what you're really talking about, and that is not something we would take a role in either way. I can tell you that there was some legislation a few years ago, good airports, good jobs for good airports, and it's very similar to what is being proposed here with the case. It just has different name on it. That did not make it through federally. I can tell you that also that there is concern for small business on doing something like this. We showed you that we have a very active ACDBE, very successful, some of the most savvy ACDBE operators in the country. And they are exactly that, small businesses. So there is concern about a living wage and what that could do to their business profile. And I would also just tell you that you are free at any time to have conversations with any of our tenants, and we'd be happy to facilitate those for you. But we are the landlord, and if they are adhering to the things that we have in our contract, then some of that is not an area that we as airport day-to-day management would ever be involved in.
And I appreciate those comments. Mainly, I wanted to make sure that I'm doing my due diligence with having as much clarity around the conversation as possible as far as what we can and cannot do. Even though some people understand that we're in a dealing rule state, some do not. Even though there might be some things that we would like to do and we might have a possibility to do at some point in the near future, I do recognize for actual City of Charlotte, CLT employees, that we have done a significant increase on what the starting pay would have been even a decade ago, and staying in alignment. And looking at this budget proposal that you have in front of us, we are continuing with that increase with anticipated. But I do want to make sure that I have a clear understanding of, okay, where's the disconnect, where's the opportunity in this conversation? Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. So this is a topic that I think will not be solved today. I can tell you that. So we'll continue to work on that through the attorney's office. Councilmember Mayfield just reminded me of one last thing. I know that we cannot look at our contract workers that are through airlines or subcontractors. I want us to look at the services such as wheelchair and passengers, especially minors. Is there a federal guideline on what the quota should be, one per, for every 3 requests, 1 employee? Is there some sort of guideline on that? Because I heard one of the speakers' concerns about that, especially the staffing. And I've personally experienced that every time my mom comes to town, she does use a wheelchair service. And I've seen long wait times. I'm talking about 45 minutes to an hour. And I have had to bring that up several times. But if we can get some sort of, what are the federal guidelines around that? And are we meeting that minimum standards, or are we exceeding it and still not address the underlying issue?
Well, I'd be happy to pull some information for you. I know American has been working very closely with the federal government on their responses. I would not profess to be able to quote to you the minimums and the timing and all of that, but they are spending millions on getting better in that area, and we'd be happy to provide some context to that.
Yeah, and that is something with, that's not something contracts that the airport does. It's all airline's responsibility, is that correct?
It is.
And that's how it's done throughout the nation?
It is.
Okay,
And
all
I
right.
feel like Mr. Fox's ears was burning.
Okay, so I know we have 30 minutes to go. We got two more topics, so if you can just wrap it up in next 30 seconds. Mr. Heath, I see him getting anxious about the next two topics.
Yeah, I
just
know
wanna
you
make
have the
sure.
extra topics, but I also want to speak truth to power on the prospect piece.
Yes.
Well, you work
Go
at
ahead.
American Airlines. Some of it is character. And, some is a will and some is a skill. So, even just speaking as an American Airline employee, I push wheelchairs. So when you have people and they don't do their job, what do you want people to do? Well, we all are speaking up and want the employees at American Airlines to get more money, the workers at the airport. I'm also a fair and just person. So when you hire people that deliberately don't want to do the job, if I'm pushing 2 wheelchairs and I'm going past people that are paid to do that job, that's a problem. So then we need to look at the level of leadership and management and look at the employees that are leaning against the wall on their cell phone and not doing their job. So I do want to put that on the record as well.
Thank you for bringing that up. So I'm sure we'll get a long follow-up report from Haley, but thank you, Ms. Gentry. So let's move on to our next topic. Thank you all. So we have CAT's budget outlook next. Mr. Cagle.
Are you leaving? You staying through after? Okay, I get it after.
Oh, okay, I just want to recognize we have Councilmember Mitchell, who is our committee member. He has joined. Do we have anyone else online? Okay.
It's not a good example to bring forth and share about what's going on. There's a lot of not one, young.
Only in your dreams, Tart.
Okay, Mr. Cagle, let's move forward with CAT's budget.
Okay, good afternoon. Again, I'm Brent Cagle, interim CEO of CATS. I'll move through this as quickly as possible, I know, in the interest of your final presentation. All right, so on the agenda today, talk a little bit about the recent accomplishments. We'll also go through at a high level our operating and debt service budgets, as well as our capital budget. We have three budgets: operating, capital, debt service. And at the end, we'll talk a little bit about next steps. We do have, CATS does have a unique budget process in that while the manager will ultimately present our budget to City Council, our budget is also presented and approved by the Metropolitan Transit Commission. And that is per the interlocal agreement. So recent accomplishments, what have we been focused on? Over the last year, proud to say that we've launched some initiatives. We did launch or expand STS Plus service in Mint Hill. STS is our paratransit service or special transportation services. We also launched microtransit in the northern part of the county. So northern Charlotte around the North Lake Mall area all the way up to Davidson in the zone through Davidson, Cornelius, Huntersville, and the northern part of Charlotte, predominantly around North Lake Mall. We saw our missed trips significantly reduce and have been holding steady under 1%. We had a new management contract for our transit management of Charlotte, or our bus operators. They are just about 1 year in, and they're doing a good job. National Express, or they rebranded to We Drive You. The city purchased the Norfolk Southern O-Line. The Independence Busway reopened, which allowed us to shave about 10 or 15 minutes off of our express routes going out to Matthews and to East Charlotte. We also completed bridge inspections, and we've been working through transit center upgrades at our South Park Transit Center. Operating revenue, some of the considerations. So our total year-end 2024 fund balance is $248 million. Just as a reminder, required fund balance is $100 million for unrestricted operating balance, and then we need to maintain a revenue reserve fund of $30 million. So we have a requirement under our financial policies to maintain $130 million minimum, and we closed out 2024 at $248 million. Our sales tax outlook, we project an approximately 4% growth in sales tax, or Article 43. We work with the city's economist, Mr. Tazafor, to make sure that that number is consistent with his recommendation and forecast. Federal and state grants, we are, to the extent possible, utilizing our federal formula funding for our operations to pay operations, and we are aligning new grants with strategic priorities as they arise. Passenger fares, we are expecting revenues to grow slightly. That is due to our anticipated passenger increases. There is no anticipated fare increase in this budget. We are doing a fare study right now, and part of that study will be streamlining our fares and coming up with additional ideas for how to make our fare collection systems more efficient. I will note that we have not had a fare increase in about 10 years. As we move through the fare study, we will be making recommendations in the future for fare increases, and we will make a recommendation that we reestablish fare increases as a routine, normal part of our budgeting process, not that we go this long without increasing fares. Operating revenues, we're projecting about $289 million of operating revenues for fiscal year 2026. That is an increase from current year. Predominantly, that increase, or most of our revenues are attributable to that Article 43 sales tax. That is the largest portion of the bar. Federal grants, we do expect to increase slightly. And then you can see passenger fares go to about 19 million from about 15 million. That is not based on a fare increase. That is based on increase in passengers. Article 43 specifically, 164 to 171, that is what we call the trend line. And so we always try to deposit $10 million of total Article 43 revenues back into the fund balance. And so that's why you see this. So total FY28 planning would be 181. The trend line is 171. Again, and this would be our projected Article 43 sales tax through FY 2028. We are just looking at FY 2026 for this budget, but we project it out into the future as well. Ridership history. We project about we project about an increase of about 1 million rides in fiscal year 2026. We continue to see ridership growing across all modes, and we expect that to continue into 26. I will say, as we continue forward, some of our constraints with the inability to fund service enhancements can start to limit our future ridership growth potential. Fare history. Again, moving from $15 million projected in the current fiscal year to $19 million, but again, no increases in actual fares. Operating expenditures and debt service. Maintaining our current levels of service with our current revenue streams, that is our focus. We are seeing that our increasing costs are stabilizing, have stabilized the system 2 years ago. We saw very high missed trips. We had very high vacancies. We had state of good repair issue costs, as well as inflation. And I'll say we are now at the point where the monies provided by the FTA, which I'm going to call, generally speaking, COVID money. There was different buckets, 3 different buckets, but generally speaking, the COVID money will be exhausted at the end of next fiscal year. So again, that money will run out, and it is not anticipated that it will be continued. Aging system infrastructure, state of good repair, continuing to focus on bus replacements. National local labor trends, we do have an ongoing union contract negotiation right now, and we are continuing to look at how we right-size our operations with continuing needs to focus on safety and security and reliability and frequency of services. So these are all some of the challenges we face as we think about our operating and capital budgets. Operating expense. Our single largest segment of operating expense is personal services or staff costs. And you can see that that's the lowest, the bottom or the largest segment of these bars. We anticipate or project our operating expenses to go from $268 million to approximately $289 million. Behind personal services. I'm sorry.
That's a jump, that's a high jump.
It's twofold. So if you look at 2023 to today, There are two things behind that. One are the higher wages necessary as part of the collective bargaining agreement for our bus operators. Two is the higher wages necessary for our rail operators. And so when I started 2 years ago, end of 2022, we had vacancy rates on average across the department of around 25%. That leads to lack of service. If you don't have operators, you can't run a bus system on time. I'm happy to report in the last 2 years, and I am really proud of this, so I'm glad you brought it up. Our vacancy rate hovers around 10% today. That is not by accident. That is because we took a look at what we were paying and what it took to really be competitive in the market, both for our bus operators and for our rail operators. I would say it is a very good career choice, not a job, right? The folks who come to work for us, they have careers in front of them, and we're proud of that. But it's twofold. One, you have competitive pay, and that means you have much fewer vacancies. And so you see those salary costs rise for both of those reasons, or pay costs, personal services costs. Debt service schedule. This is just our debt service schedule. Final maturity for all of our debt that is existing today is 2048. And this is the schedule by which it gets paid annually. In 2026, it's about 18.09 million. And you can see that it declines, but this would be assuming no additional debt service is incurred through that period. Capital initiatives, revenue and non-revenue vehicle replacements. This, again, is all about replacing aging fleet, our buses. Vehicle system and facility maintenance, again, making sure that we're maintaining the blue line and those train cars, as well as the track and the power traction infrastructure, all of our facilities as well. It's really state of good repair and proper maintenance of the system and the assets that it comprises. Safety, security, and technology initiatives are very important. We have a significant amount of funding that is going towards technology initiatives so that we can become more efficient and track our things like our work orders, our asset management, and then advancing the transit system plan, how we would continue to grow the system in the future if we have additional funding to make that possible. Capital revenues are new requests. So this breaks it down by how they're funded. You can see that federal and state funding play into the new requests. The new requests are about $330 million, and clearly federal and state funding play into those requests. Also, you can see in the future years, 2029 and 2030, there is a fair amount of additional debt that would be anticipated associated with large projects or large vehicle purchases. So what is that? What are we spending the money on? So you can see here the largest bars in these are that's the rail area. So this $32 million in 2026 is rail. Then $8 million is technology, and another $8 million is development. You can also see in 2027, that's where another chunk of bus replacements, that $21 million in the, I'm going to call that green box. And so when you think about our capital program, it is driven by rail, bus, and then technology and development. Those are the largest areas in our capital program, and that is true through 2030. Next steps. I talked about our budget process being a little bit different. We are here today. We will be presenting to our PTAC, which is an MTC Citizens Committee, in 2 days. On the 30th, we will ask the MTC to adopt this budget, and then it will start to flow through with the city manager's proposed budget to the city council. With that, I'll say thank you and turn it over for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cagle. Thank you for your leadership, especially during turbulent times. Appreciate your leadership in stabilizing our operations, addressing safety issues. Also, we appreciate how you have used COVID money to invest in our operations, specifically our capital projects, to address some of the safety concerns. And certainly addressing employees' retention and really addressing a vacancy rate. A lot you have done in how long has it been?
2 years.
Oh, wow.
I think.
Okay, yeah.
Time flies
Time
when you're
flies for
cats.
sure, yes. A lot you have done. We certainly appreciate you. I just have 3 questions. First, you talked about we used some of our COVID funding to address some of the critical concerns that we had. Now that COVID funding is exhausted, do you anticipate needing a different source to address some of the critical issues that you continue to address?
Yeah, I think the answer is we will always look to federal sources to help us in our budget. That's always been true, whether it's been COVID money or other competitive grants. We also, in the last 2 years, received a competitive grant for about $30 million associated with fleet replacement. And so we will continue to do that. Certainly the COVID money was important at the time, but it is exhausting. It will not be extended, but we will always be looking to other federal programs and how we can compete for those dollars.
Right. I think that's great because we have Councilmember Bukhari going to Washington pretty soon, so I'm glad he's hearing
I've
that.
heard that. I've heard that.
Last question I have. Well, I'll talk offline about this in interest of time. We only have 10 minutes before our official 3:30 wrap-up call. So I'll turn it over to Councilmember Mayfield, followed by Councilmember Bukhari.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cagle, for the presentation. So again, I'm going to start from the end since we're already here. So on slide 20, when you were looking at the path to adoption, this PTAC, the Citizen Committee, how did they outreach? What's the outreach to our actual residents that utilize bus service? Because I'm quite sure you've seen emails that we have where residents do have a lot of concern with lack of access to bus routes that formerly were in neighborhoods.
So the PTAC consists of users. There are many of the PTAC who are users, and that was part of the criteria when they were selected by the MTC and the various members.
It would be helpful if you can share with council the geographic representation for PTAC, because I want to make sure that our residents, since really it's Charlotte that pays the bulk of this, that we are making sure that those who have concerns and questions have the ability to be a part of the conversation. When we go back to slide 16, safety, security, technology initiatives, what initiatives are you all considering? You may have said it and I just didn't hear it. I tried to see if it was in the slides, specifically for our drivers as well as our riders. So we know that thanks to the MSDs that have been created in some of our areas, like Center City, they gave their report out this morning, they have instituted private security. We're having a lot of challenges on our buses. Our drivers are being physically assaulted on some level or another, as well as riders that experience whether that individual is having a mental health crisis or other reasons. Where in here do we talk about trying to specifically address the protections for our drivers as well as riders?
Yeah, so it is very important for us to protect our passengers. It is equally important for us to protect our operators. We have already made some changes that are showing positive outcomes for the operators, and we continue to work directly with our private security company. I will say We have increased our spending on private security, and we are now consolidated with one private security company, PSS. They are a local company. They are owned and operated by two former CMPD officers. And so they understand Charlotte, they understand this market, and we feel good that they will continue to increase their presence to increase security for our passengers and for our operators. But I will say we have made some small changes that make a big difference when it comes to the operator, as far as the standard operating procedures that operators need to follow when it comes to how they interact with passengers.
It will be helpful if we can get a update, whether that's through memo or committee discussion, specifically on PSS and that interaction. I personally always have a concern when we're talking about privatizing any form of law enforcement, yet I know that our 1,900 officers can't do everything in the city, over 1 million. So it will be helpful to get an idea of what does their work look like when we are still seeing concerns. How many do we have on staff? How many bus routes? How do they identify which bus routes? Who identifies? Is it CATS that tells them where to go? Are they identifying? That type of information, I think, will be helpful for some of us. And my last one is going back to the beginning on page 6, when we're looking at the passenger fares, the reestablishment of the regular fare increase. You're saying that for both rail and bus? Because we already see a disconnect. Bus drivers, bus riders, you're not getting on that bus without paying the fare.
I know that that is the perception. Fare evasion exists on rail and bus across all modes. And so one of our focuses with PSS will be to address fare evasion, but fare evasion exists across all modes that we provide. And what I mean by that is it is absolutely not true that if you get on a bus, you must pay. In fact, one of the things that we've done to help the operators, where they get assaulted the most is when they try to enforce fares. And so we have stated directly to them, it is not their job. Their job is to operate the bus, not to enforce the fare. Because when they do that, it puts them in conflict, and and conflict occurs. So we have actively told them. In fact, one of the things we did about a year ago is something as minor as stating the fare. It used to be standard operating procedure that every operator needed to tell every passenger boarding a bus what the fare was. They no longer do that because that's a conflict point. They do that. If someone asks them what the fare is, they absolutely tell them, but they don't have to state it because that's just a point where a conflict can occur. So let me say, the short answer here is we understand fare evasion is an issue. We understand that folks, whether you're riding the bus or the rail, need to pay your fares. And we are working on strategies for how we better address fare evasion. But fare evasion does exist across the entire system.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good day. It's been quite a pleasure and a journey, and we've been through an awful lot. So Brent, you have really stepped in tumultuous times to handle issues and headwinds that might, bend the knees and make buckle normal people. So good job, and you did so stepping out of another important topic we heard before this with Haley's great leadership following up. So all in all, nothing but a lot of kudos for you there. I think as we look to the rest of this budget cycle and the sprint to the finish here, based on what we've seen, I think there's an opportunity for you guys to share additional views of data and just other elements of what your priorities are. Almost creating your own formula, if you know what I mean. There's a lot in your business that's formulaic as it relates to what other people care about. I think there's an opportunity for you to innovate a little bit and create your own formula that shows not just what you prioritize, but how you prioritize it in your budget, in your policy recommendations, in the outcomes that you measure. Again, a lot of measurability beyond all that. And just some topics I'd throw out at you to consider, a more specific view of public safety in relation to transit and transportation, crime, but also quality of experience, cleanliness, how that stuff is incorporated into all of that. Efficiency, obviously, you guys do a great deal of that, but I think making sure you emphasize that is important. Operational safety, that's a really big one, and showing that in your formula, if you will, for those areas I talked about, in the proactive nature, not just like, normal, hey, here we are with our mission statement, but when you think about our past experiences of, the derailments, but maybe not as bad as the news portrayed them, but bad from the perspective of we could proactively, what did we miss in the communication structure that now we're leading the nation from that perspective? I think that could be a really powerful formula for you to provide back to us through this budget cycle. Accessibility. We don't talk as much about that as we should, but as a high priority for making sure we're not just checking a box and saying we do accessibility, but are we truly accessible within the parameters that we can achieve that? Investments is another one. How our investments are aligned towards rural outcomes with rural connectivity. Balancing both what we need, but also, lenses like where are our tax kind of contributions coming from, and what is in the list for people in these big investments in those areas versus what isn't, and being proactive about that. And congestion, right? Just specifically, speaking to the point of where we're going with that. And finally, innovation. This is one you've heard me for years now talk about. I would just say making sure that this view for tying the vision, the budget, the requests for this cycle into where are we actually making bets? Where are we making, on a hunch that we think autonomous vehicles or the 5G infrastructure and IoT smart city connectivity or whatever it might be that relates to CATS, where are we making those bets, and where are we starting the work of pilots and getting results? So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I see Mr. Cagle has written down all the points here, and he'll provide a follow-up report, so, is that right? Okay. Councilmember Brown, do you have anything?
You guys did everything, but
Okay.
I will just want to, I gotta say something. Wouldn't be right if I didn't.
You don't have to.
Yes, I do. I want to go back to just the committee. I'm going to go back on Councilmember Mayfield. I want to make sure we touch point on one. Mr. Hagel, thank you for all of your hard work and such a short period of time. Your dedication and your commitment to transportation and CATS doesn't come without a challenge. That's all the way down the scale from A to Z. There's just a lot of work to be done to make sure that transportation is effectively moving through our city and safe. So thank you so much for taking the charge at that and doing it well and taking all the tough questions, even some from me, when the bus stops have disappeared and you went in and explained why the routes disappeared and why it was not effective or more effective to do it one way versus the other. But my main concern, and I hold on to that without all of the politics side of things, just speaking plain terms for people that are riding CATS, using it as transportation to understand the spectrum of what you're doing for them. They need to be at the table when you're making the decisions on, some of the bus routes have disappeared. So how do we incorporate making sure that they're taken care of? And I think the advisory committee, I don't know the correct name for the committee that you have that's coming to the table, but just making sure that they're involved in the process. And I like the fact that you even, or your team, incorporated that for them. If we could just take a look at what that looks like, and going back to Councilmember Mayfield's point, the geographs of that, and how it's divided on who's going to be affected with what part of that group that you put together.
Yes,
and what
ma'am.
their concerns are.
I can get you a list. I will provide in the write-up both a list of the appointments, where the appointments come from, and also who they are and where they are from. Because the interlocal agreement it establishes the PTAC, and it establishes the appointment authorities of all members, including the city of Charlotte and the rest of the members. So I will get you all of that.
So the interlocal agreement, since you said that, that is going to be a deciding factor of how this group was formulated?
It is the deciding factor. The interlocal agreement was amended approximately a year ago by all members. It was ratified or voted on by all members of the MTC, save one.
Right.
That created the PTAC and sets out the appointment authorities for each member jurisdiction.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so yeah, I would be interested to see that since that's where it came from and see, you know, how they determine how effective it would be based off of what you just said to me, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
But thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Cagle, thank you so much again. I guess your budget is approved. All right, last, if you all can stick around for 10 minutes, we do have financial partners funding policy review, and this is important because we do have this is our last meeting before the budget gets presented in May. So I do want to make sure that we get through this and we provide feedback to Ms. Smith and Ms. Harris. So Ms. Smith, floor is yours.
All right, thank you so very much. And as you said, and I'll restate it, I have 10 minutes, so I'm going to move fast to leave time at the end. If we'll go back to the fall, we did work as a team to establish the financial partner policy. That policy really created the framework that we would need to notify people that are interested in the program, as well as provide the framework for a review process for program consideration and what we would do once organizations are accepted. It was made up of some chunks per se that I've brought out as far as eligibility, terms, payments, and reporting requirements. Those were the big pieces that we focused on with council. So for eligibility, we did say that organizations do need to have a 501c status, but they may be in pursuit of that status when they apply for the program, and that we would not enter into a contract until after they had gotten their certification from the Internal Revenue Service. We did say within that policy that organizations are able to apply for either agency funding or specific programmatic funding. And then we also established a funding limit of no more than 30% of either that agency or program budget. When we looked at term, of course, there's a 5-year partnership limit that you guys agreed on. So that would allow for an organization to receive funding from the city for 5 years with council approval required on an annual basis. And then also we started within the application process, making sure that we were contacting all of our existing agencies, working with our community partners, working with some other folks within the community that fund organizations to spread the word as far and wide as possible so that folks know that this is a funding opportunity available to them. And we also introduced that information session for folks to be able to ask questions before they submitted a formal application for the program. Payments and reporting was a part of that policy. Payments are made on a quarterly basis. Payments are made upfront. It's not a reimbursement program, but we are able to hold payments if organizations are not caught up on their reporting, their performance reporting. Specifically, we asked for performance measures during the application process so that we're able to use that to vet against the organization's advancement of council strategic priorities. So all of that was captured in there, and I just want you guys to know that agencies are required to submit performance reports at mid-year and year-end. Those mid-year numbers are the numbers that you see within your application packet. And then finally, we made a final determination on the financial reporting requirements, audits versus 2-year comparative statements. So if an organization goes beyond a certain number as far as their revenues are concerned, they are required to produce an audit. If less than $100,000, I want to say it is, that they are able to do 2-year comparative statements, which would look at cash flow statements, balance sheet, and profit and loss statements. And then finally, we had application scoring introduced this year. So as I provided in my previous presentation during our budget workshop, these are the questions, the scoring criteria. Everything was based on a 5-point scale. 5 points meaning that you either met the full requirement that was put in before you. When we got down to performance measures, we broke those down into, do you think it's measurable? Do you feel that this measure is impactful? And we sent this out to 19 staff members across the city. That way, we wanted to kind of mitigate against some individual bias for folks. So not only was it 19 staffers, we made sure to spread it across different departments.
And it's experts.
And they were experts. So it's not just Joe Schmo, but folks that have worked with community folks, have worked with nonprofit organizations, have an understanding of the larger Charlotte community, so that they could give us a really good score back. And I do want to reiterate that an organization's score is not indicative of the type or quality of work that the organization provides to our community. It is more so indicative of their advancement of council strategic priorities and their ability to meet all of the criteria that is set forth in the application. So today, I wanted to come back to you guys. I didn't even put an extra slide at the end. I wanted to come back to you guys to see, one, when we think about the framework that exists within the financial partner policy, do you have tweaks? We did this as a group. It was our first time creating a policy, and then we ran around of the program, and I wanted to check in and see, were there things that you feel needed to be addressed in the policy that's not currently addressed? And then also looking at our current financial partner applications, are there certain criteria that we should be looking at, not specific to organizations, but generally looking at our program and our applicants? Are there any other things that we should be considering from your perspective? That gives 5 minutes for questions.
All right, Ms. Smith, thank you so much for all your work on this policy. This is very difficult for council because, and it's a good problem to have, right? Because that means these organizations want to partner with the city to further our goals, further council's priorities. In terms of what I heard from our last budget workshop, I heard two things that was repeated multiple times, where we need to look at the value that it provides, so the value-based approach, and second, gaps. Are there any gaps that we have? For an example, I think I used an example of Tree Charlotte. There are no other organization that does that work, and city does not plant trees on the private property. So the only organization that does that is Tree Charlotte. So we look at gaps, value-based. And last, we also look at the mix. I know Councilmember Mayfield has brought this up several times, where we have organizations that have received funding for a decade or more, same organizations. I think we need to reevaluate to make sure that are we really giving new organizations an opportunity, or are we just going with the status quo just because we have done that in the past? I think carefully looking at that. Those are the those are the three things that I think we need to consider. What I like to say that the score does not mean, it's not indicative of their services. All it says is the higher score means how aligned they are with our city's goals and priorities. I'm glad that you clarified that, because I did get some questions about, oh, how come our score is lower than this organization? But that's all I have in terms of a criteria and how to evaluate, but I know my colleagues have more questions, so we'll go with Councilmember Mayfield, followed by Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this presentation. As we know, this is going to be a difficult time. We identified during the budget process that we have about $8.5 million total in requests. We have $1.5 million that we have available. So it will be helpful, and I believe staff is looking for direction from council, where to a certain extent, I need a little help with staff. So when I'm looking at these, we have 4 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 priorities. When we look at the specific priorities that we have, to be perfectly honest, right now, I'm not really personally trying to entertain new requests because we're looking at some major financial shortfalls. But it would be helpful if we can get a breakdown, if it's feasible for you all, of which of our partners have a large federal funding line item in their budget. Because what we're seeing out of this administration is something that was said was going to happen, but for some reason it's catching people off guard. So if they have a large federal line item, then they may be at risk if they haven't currently received any notification. And we need to have that as consideration as well. I'm also trying to see if there's a way for us to narrow down some of these. So we have our largest request as far as largest number of applications through our workforce and business development and through our safe communities. Safe communities and great neighborhoods are probably pretty close to each other. It will be helpful if we have some organizations that have been doing major work and we have seen the results of that work in community, especially around our young people and with job training. It will be helpful to get an idea of not just how many people have come through the program, how many people are thriving since the program. So if it is a job training program, how many, if it was a cohort of 32, if 8 of them actually received employment, that's a metric that needs to be taken into consideration. Whereas another organization, out of their same 32, 25, or all 32 was able, that means that particular organization has some different relationships with employers and able to get people connected. That would be helpful for me when we're going through these 50-plus applications. Again, for me, as far as the new ones, I'm personally setting those aside right now because we just don't have the capital. The ARPA dollars are just about done. What's left has commitments to it. So I think we have that opportunity. And as Councilmember Ajmer mentioned during the budget process for Tree Charlotte, in theory, shouldn't be in the partners.
Yeah.
That should be a different discussion and a different line item in our budget. Are there any of these other partners in here that might tie in directly with workforce development and through the workforce development budget line item that are actually doing the work, that we can have a conversation around shifting so that they're not in this maybe you will, maybe you won't financial partner conversation? If that makes sense if you're understanding what I'm asking, Marie.
Yes, ma'am, and I'm sorry, I'm looking at where pastime housing's going to kick us out.
I'm on the
because they
next
gotta
committee,
get-
it's all right.
But, and I know Ms. Brown, but no, I think we're good as far as direction. I think we're giving you an opportunity because at the, when Cherry presented at the workshop, it seemed like there might be some traction around some
Right.
additional, like, you did the policy, but maybe we should tighten this piece up or emphasize this piece. But what you're saying is good feedback for us, for sure.
And I think, before I turn it over to Councilmember Brown, because we are getting mixed feedback on the scoring, I really wonder if we need to score. Because the perception out there, interpretation is the type of services organizations provide. And we need to be very mindful and thoughtful of that. So if we can go back to that, I know we're not going to decide that today, but I don't know if that's the right approach.
So that may be after this, because like
Yes,
you said,
we'll
you're butting up
work on
against
it.
time this time. So
Yes.
the manager will take this feedback and make a recommendation to you, but then you can look
Right,
at that.
exactly. I think
But what you
maybe
said about the scoring part is in the policy, so maybe we need to
we need to
revisit and
revisit
revise the
that.
policy as
Yeah,
council.
because that's the feedback I have received from various organizations. So let's touch base on that after this, after the budget. And I'll have more about the policy. Okay, Councilmember Brown, wrap it up for us.
Well, you and I, our minds are aligned on this as far as the structure of very difficult process. My heart lies and will always remain with the smaller grassroots organizations that are boots on the ground and doing the work,
Right.
where their scores might not have been as elevated as some of the other partners that are applying. I also like to take the impact of the partners that have these big budgets and get a lot of money from other places that some of the smaller nonprofit organizations with the budgets may not have the opportunity to get the funding from there. So I'm interested to see how this would pan out. We have to look at if they're doing the actual work, what their programming is. I know what they submitted, but can we validate if they are actually doing that work, and name recognition. A lot of times name recognition gets people what they want. And I just want to make sure that we're being fair in our process and doing our due diligence and making sure that the organizations that are on our, I'm just gonna put it out there, like Save Our Children's Movement, one that I'm cheering for, and several others would be some of the partners that we look at with the fine tooth and grant them grace for the scoring. That's all I have. Thanks.
All right, so with that, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor, you may leave the room.
It's the three of us.
Yeah.
Unless you're on the next committee.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Housing Safety and Community Committee meeting for April 2025. I am your chair, Victoria Watlington. I am joined by my vice chair and illustrious members of staff who are going to introduce themselves, and we'll get started.
Thank you, Madam Chair. LaWanna Mayfield, Vice Chair.
Sean Heath, City Manager's Office. Warren Wooten, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Janine Simmons, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Harold Thompson, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Gail Whitcomb, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Thank you. Those are the folks we have in the room. We also have committee members online. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Councilmember Johnson, are you with us?
I am Renee Johnson, District 4 Committee Member.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else online currently?
Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
Thank you, ma'am. And I believe Councilmember Brown is with us as well. She just stepped out briefly, so she will be back, and we will jump right into it. We've got one significant item today in regards to affordable housing, so I'm going to kick it over to ACM Heath to get us going.
Thank you, Chair Watlington. So the reason we're here today is to talk about the $5 million Innovation Pilot Fund that's included in the $100 million allocation that was agreed upon endorsed by committee last year and then ultimately accepted by council. So today's an opportunity for the committee to give us some feedback to help shape our thinking around that. Instead of jumping straight into that particular item, Warren is going to provide you with some perspective on things that are already in play related to innovation. So Director Hefner and Assistant Director Wooten, they think about innovation all year long, every day. So we want to set the table and give you a sense for a lot of things that are already in flight in that regard, and then we'll finish up with an opportunity for you to provide feedback around the $5 million. So with that, I'll turn it over to Warren.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Heath. Thank you, council members in the room and online. It's good to be with you again. Yeah, we're going to talk about innovation today, and we're going to end the conversation asking you all some questions so that the staff can take some notes around the $5 million that you have set aside in your housing trust fund to spur innovation. But both myself and Director Hefner, who can't be with us today, we really enjoy talking about innovation and all of the work that's going on in the department and with our cities, city partners. So we're going to give you a brief overview of all of the innovative things that are going on in the housing sphere right now, and then lead you into a conversation about your $5 million set aside in your trust fund. So next slide, please. So again, just setting the stage. How do we activate on your bold ideas? We're going to show you ways that we're doing innovation every day. We're going to discuss some upcoming pilot opportunities, and then really go right into your thoughts around your innovation fund. Next slide. And then again, just to set the stage, last late summer, you adopted your affordable housing funding policy, which really the staff has been using as our playbook for how your first round of the Housing Trust Fund is moving forward, and how we're really thinking about the work holistically, not just with your trust fund, but with all of the work that's going on in affordable housing and preservation. And then, so we will bring you back some opportunities based on your feedback from this conversation today. And just as a heads up in terms of things that are going on in the housing, in affordable housing, you're also in May going to see us. We're going to start talking about it in April and ask you to approve it in May. Aligning your housing and community development annual action plan, consolidated plan, which is your plan around how you use how you use the federal funds, making sure that lines up with your housing trust fund investments. Next slide. So we wanted to, again, put this up on the screen. This is how your bond allocation is currently programmed. And we wanted to also show you that there's already implementation going on across all of the categories that you were really interested in. So rental production, again, focusing on this trust fund. You're gonna see those recommendations on the 14th, so that's next Monday. Home ownership, not only are there going to be some things that we think that you'll appreciate in the proposals that came in, but we're also updating your House Charlotte program, and we've also implemented the acquisition, rehab, and resale revolving loan fund. And we have 3 or 5 units that are actually underway in that program. So that's under your home ownership set aside. Rental preservation. You have had for many cycles a revolving NOAA RFP. Several more projects are currently coming in under that category. And in this presentation today, we're going to start working on that small landlord program. So you're going to see a slide on that today. Under supportive housing and shelter, again, that's something that's coming in under the trust fund RFP. And then housing rehab and emergency repair. Something new that you all are doing is funding some of that work out of the trust fund itself. So we have an upcoming RFP for partners to participate in that. And then we're very excited about how we're going to be using Civiform to broaden our ability to bring in applications from the community on our programming. And then today we're going to talk about the pilot fund. We're continuing to talk about site acquisition. You will have a site acquisition opportunity in the upcoming recommendations, and we're continuing to fund that through a TOD land acquisition RFP. And then today we're going to talk about a contract that is almost completed around the evaluation portion of this work. So less than a year ago that you approved these, we wanted to show that, staff has something teed up for you in every single one of these categories, and in most cases, more than one thing teed up in all of these categories. Next slide, please. So talking about innovation, focusing, and these are your words that came out of your policy, focusing on things that are repeatable and scalable and can serve to advance other city priorities. So we have been working very broadly, not just inside of housing and neighborhood services, but with your partners in transit, with our partners in planning and zoning, with our partners at the fire department, and broadly outside with the county, with CMS, making sure that every time we propose an investment to you, that we are not just hitting your affordable housing goals, but we are trying to leverage additional goals every single time that we do that. We understand that funding is limited, and so we want to be good stewards of those resources and bring you opportunities to leverage multiple opportunities and multiple goals and objectives every single time you have an opportunity to provide an investment. See, Ms. Frazier with Small Business is with us today. She and I were just talking this morning on how we leverage opportunities to fund affordable housing and upskilling, rescaling opportunities when we do those types of investment. Next slide. I think that this is a very innovative photograph, and I want to thank Harold he's the one that put that together for us at my girls' school at Northwest. But I think it's a great icon to talk about how we're always looking at things differently every single day. So we really enjoy thinking through the community's problems and trying to bring you new and innovative solutions in all of the categories of work that you're interested in. And so I'm going to start running through some of that work. We've broadly separated it into these 3 categories. So work that we're doing that leverages planning, development, and land use, and then catalyzing our academic and institutional partners, and then finally opportunities to expand some of your financing tools. So you're going to see those 3 categories come up as we go through this work. We're also going to show you some pilot opportunities that we're working on to immediately start working on some of these ideas. So some of the things that I'm showing you are going to be in the ideation phase, and some of the things that I'm showing you are you're going to have an opportunity to immediately approve a pilot program to move forward. Next slide. So we're going to get into the planning, development, and land use strategies. So we've talked about mixed use development quite a bit. One of the things that we are working on is not just mixed use development, mixed purpose development. How do we achieve multiple city goals and objectives through how we place affordable housing development and how we program those sites once we've placed those. So this work is ongoing right now. We are under contract with a consultant from Portland who is helping us think through a couple of different strategies for doing this work. So we are actually looking at a CMS site that we were working with CMS on about how it might be programmed to be mixed purpose. And then the fire chief and his colleagues have been that out in a second to serve multiple purposes. So how might we do a fire station and affordable housing on the same lot? So really thinking about how we program multiple city objectives into certain developments. So housing and fire and police station, housing plus learning communities, and then housing, mobility, and sustainability. So we're also meeting regularly with Sarah and Heather and the sustainability team and all of the great folks that are working on transit and mobility, so that we're thinking through when we make investments on affordable housing, do those investments line up with council's mobility goals? Do those investments also line up with council's sustainability goals? And what other services are being provided at those sites, so that we're thinking about holistic communities where your residents not only have an affordable place to call home, but have access to the levers of economic and social mobility. Next slide, please. So we're also looking at this not just through the lens of what is developed on the site, but where it's developed and how that development process happens. You'll be very familiar with the first land use strategy you see on this slide, because this is how we've been doing this, and this is a great approach. We've been identifying parcels that are coming out of surplus land from the city of Charlotte, as you've directed us to do, identifying what might be good affordable housing development sites, and putting out RFPs for developers to give us proposals to do development on those parcels of land. We have several of those in progress. The one that we've talked about the most is the one down in Mr. Driggs district, where we took that remaining parcel where we built a police station, and we've wrapped affordable housing. That's in construction right now, where we're actively utilizing your surplus land to create affordable housing. But we're also looking at it through a couple of different ways in terms of how do we get the best bang for the buck? How do we move forward as many of your objectives every time we do a land use deal? So we're also looking at them through this second strategy, this directed development. And so, again, really appreciate the partnership from our planning team. We've been utilizing your urban design center over in the trolley station, looking at land before we ever put it out to bid, and having them design and fit so that we have some really good options about what might work on a certain site. We're looking at places like the Double Oaks development site. how might we fit housing there that really blends back into the neighborhood? We're looking at the England Street site. How do we fit multiple objectives onto that site as we move forward? And then when we propose that out to developers, we won't propose it out as broad cloth. We're going to show them some designs that we've already tested for that site that meet multiple of your objectives rather than just doing affordable housing. Now, I'm not saying that that works for every site. Some sites are just affordable housing sites, and that's a great thing. But if we have the ability to provide the affordable housing and meet other objectives of yours, we're going to try to do that every single time. And so the first two strategies are about city-owned land going out. The final one is, well, what if it's land that really meets a city objective that is currently not city-owned land? And so this is a strategy for us being very thoughtful around land acquisition, doing that same kind of test, but looking for sites, looking for areas of opportunity where there are areas that we know are important to the city's development and to your objectives, particularly land that is TOD oriented, particularly land that is on new transit lines, and making sure that we're able to acquire that as well. So not just what do we do with the land that you currently hold, but how do we get a hold of strategic land and program it for the work going forward. Next slide, please. And like I said, I personally really appreciate how thoughtful Monica and Allison have been. Really appreciate Nan and her team's work as we've been working through. Not every approach is a money approach. Money doesn't solve everything. Making investments doesn't solve everything. So how do we look at your planning and zoning strategies to also achieve objectives? And so here are three that we're actively working on. So zoning for partner institutions, Ms. Mayfield, this plays right into faith and housing. We are actively working on how we do rezoning, especially for faith-owned institutional lands, much more quickly, basically an administrative zoning where we can go through and check some boxes and go ahead and do an administrative rezoning on that parcel. It would take it off of your rezoning workload, and it would meet the objectives to move that type of work forward faster. This is a pilot that we're working on. You will see this again. It's still in the development stages, but we felt like that we were farther enough on this and have a really good idea of how to do this that we wanted to just let you know that was coming. We had a meeting with developers in the fall, asking them about the UDO, specifically around how it relates to affordable housing. And they had lots and lots of feedback for us. And one of the things they brought up is there a way to be more flexible? Can we just create some more flexibility where we don't have to try to achieve every one of these conditions on every single site? And so we've been working on this tree bank idea where developers can, if they have additional tree save on one site, they can actually bank tree save in that one site and then use that tree save on another site where they might not have the same type of access. So in aggregate, you meet your tree save objectives, but it gives developers of affordable housing a little bit more flexibility on how they achieve that objective. And that would be just for the developers that had committed to doing affordable housing. And then finally, we are already under contract and working on a pattern book. And I'm not a planner, but I'm going to do my best to describe what a planning book is. This is a document that helps to promote and detail all of the flexibilities that are within the UDO. This is the how-to manual. This is the design concept idea where we work with planning and zoning professional, urban design professionals to put together a beautiful document that shows developers exactly step-by-step how to achieve some of the things that are in the UDO. And it really promotes all of those flexibilities that you already approved that are in the UDO, especially around affordable housing. What this document does is it shows them how to do it. particularly one of the things that we're working on this is some ADU models. So some models to show how ADUs can be used, and providing some either free or low-cost plans that are pre-approved that your residents would be able to use on their properties as soon as the book was available. So all of that work is going on. And again, all of this is focused on creating efficiencies and flexibility to achieve your objectives. Next slide, please. So how do we get assistance from our academic and industry partners? And so one of the things that you all instructed us to do through this HTF round was we don't just want to fund more things out there. We really want to understand how those investments are performing. Within the next 2 weeks, we will be under contract with the Urban Institute to begin answering those questions for you. We are going to partner with them directly. They have access to all of our data. Not only do they have access to all of our data, they are the stewards of an amazing resource, and that is the Charlotte Data Trust, where not only can they look at information about our developers, but they have information about what's been going on in CMS, in our homeless information management services. And they're going to be able to leverage all of that data to answer specific questions about how are families doing that are living in your investments, what is going on with mobility inside of those investments, how are students faring. We've presented them a lot of questions that they're going to start sitting through, and they are going to be answering those questions, and we're going to provide you those updates as we receive them from that partnership. That's not our only partnership that we're going to do around research, but it is our very first partnership, and it's kicking off right now. There is a lot of great resources in our community. We have and you know this, we have a thriving community. We have a very innovative community, and we're looking for ways that we can leverage our academic and business communities to bring them into this work. Looking at things like new building techniques, construction materials, looking for new types of financing solutions to better leverage our funds. And so how are we doing this? We're currently just in an exploration phase, but what would it look like if a conference that was related to housing innovation came to Charlotte? What would a hackathon around design elements related to affordable housing look like? How could we issue a design challenge to get university students across Charlotte or maybe across the United States designing and developing innovative ways to solve some of our community problems? So these are things that we're currently working out in this space. And so one more item in this space, next slide, is really trying to understand the effect our zoning policies and our economic conditions have on productions. In the past, this type of work was not something that we had the tools to really solve holistically. We've been talking with Turner Labs, which is out of Berkeley. They have developed a policy simulator that allows them to sit in Los Angeles and the surrounding county. It allows them to simulate policy changes and the effect that those policy changes have on housing production over time. So you council make a policy change, it can go into this simulator, and we can get an estimate of what the impact on housing production would be 1, 2, or 5 years out from you making that policy change. Just last week, Turner Labs agreed to bring this simulator to Charlotte. So they're going to start building a simulator for Charlotte that we're going to be able to ask policy questions of and give you a much more robust response about what your policy changes will actually do to the housing market here in Charlotte. Next slide, please. Can take a breath. We're in the last section. It'll be your turn. Expanded financing tools. This is an area that I dearly love because City Council has already done such a great work. I'm sure you know it, but I'll just say it. Charlotte City Council and your Housing Trust Fund is a statewide leader in this work. Now all of the major cities are doing it, but you did it first. You started it 20 years ago before anyone ever started making these types of investments. And year to date, you are still providing way more investment into affordable housing here in Charlotte. Your colleagues across the state and many around the country are actively trying to keep up with you. I attend national conferences, and your Housing Trust Fund and your CHO fund are talked about nationally in the work that you're doing there. But we in Charlotte, we don't rest on our laurels, right? We keep on going. So what you've done is you've provided this funding of last resort. You all know this, but just for the folks watching, your funding is funding of last resort. It comes in at the end of a deal to make that deal pencil out. So what it does is it leverages millions of financing that's provided by the federal government and by banking partners to bring that money in investment in affordable housing assets here in Charlotte. But your funding source is part of a very complicated funding structure. We typically leave the details out of the meeting and we let the experts and the bankers work those deals out. Sometimes there's 3, 4, 5 different types of funding that go into these projects to make them pencil out up and down that continuum of projects from pre-development when they're just thinking about it to when that project gets stabilized and all of the final funding is in that project. Next slide. So what we've been looking at are asking the questions, are there ways to introduce funding at different places of the funding cycle, or blending those with different types of funding that would get you more projects or better leverage your funding to bring additional leverage into Charlotte. Are there ways to provide funding sources for smaller projects? We typically focus on larger projects, and we know that a lot of the work is going to be in this missing middle. How do we impact those smaller projects to get you a really good return on your investment? Next slide, please. So we're talking about how do we pilot different types of tools. And so here you see that same continuum, and we're looking at different places where you can bring money in to the deal at different parts of the thing that achieve different types of projects. You know, we haven't funded pre-development in the past. How might we fund pre-development so that we get some smaller developers who might not have all of that pre-development funding really interested in coming into the market and maybe providing types of units that the larger developers are not well placed to fund. Again, we've already talked about land acquisition and how we step in there to grab a hold of that land so that you have site control over it, and then we have time to develop a deal that works for that site. We've already talked about the HTF funds and the funds, and then another way is sometimes just a short-term bridge loan can really provide the needed leverage to bring in additional funding into a deal to make that project go, where they actually could just use a small amortizing loan that would bridge them from one type of funding source into another, save them money. You get the money back, and you get new affordable housing or an enhanced affordable housing out of the deal, where you end up being made whole after 5 or 7 years. So we're going to show you an example of that in just a few slides. And then we know that there's a lot of interest around this. How do we help? There's lots of small landlords in Charlotte. How do we help small landlords improve their properties, give you an affordability commitment, and really hit some of the things that we know your residents always talk to you about concerns. They talk to you about, the safety around code enforcement, really looking at this and being great partners. I think Mr. Dawkins is still in the room. He and I have had lots of conversations about how we might leverage these small types of landlord investments to also help on the code enforcement side, to help your landlords be more compliant with the code and to get you some affordability commitments in the long run. So we do not have a program for you today, but we will have a program designed for you soon that's going to hit these key metrics. I've already talked about this, a bridge loan product. One of the things that I personally really like about the bridge loan product is that you're eligible to do this with some of your federal funds. We try very hard to use your federal funds in rental housing development projects to just help your housing trust fund go farther. It's very difficult to do because of a lot of the regulatory, especially environmental hurdles that we attempt to do. You've seen a couple of cases in the past few years. We've actually asked you to switch those federal funds out for your local trust funds just because we were having such hurdles. The nice thing about this approach is that the compliance requirements to do it this way are much lower, which means that your staff believes that we'd be much more successful at making these investments than we've been making some of the past investments. And this bridge loan product, it can provide lots of benefits, but it really can unlock, the major one is it can unlock some funding that your developers haven't been able to use. By bridging them into a new loan product, it can unlock more money on the private market. Once they unlock that new funding source, they basically pay you back, the money comes back in, and you can recycle it into another deal. We're really excited about piloting this, so you're going to see this project come to you in a future RCA. We'd like to pilot it on Albemarle Landing. So can you go to the next slide? Sorry, Harold. So this is an investment that's already on the ground. It is over in District 5, in Councilwoman Molina's district. It is a tax credit development. You haven't seen it before because at the time of their investment, they were able to do this without an HTF investment. So you got affordable housing without having to make a long-term HTF investment. But they have an ability to refinance into a better funding product. And in exchange for what they're proposing is $1 million home investment that will be a repayable loan. So that means that they're going to make repayments on this for every year. It's not a 20 or 30 or 40-year loan. It is a 7-year loan that they're going to pay interest to you back on. And in exchange for doing this deal, Council, you'll get 10 more years of affordability out of this investment. So we're still working on the fine details on this right now, but we're going to work out the details with this developer, and you'll see this in a future RCA. And I think that this is my last slide before I turn it over to you. Another thing that we are actively working on right now is a Section 108 loan. So if you'll remember back to the Double Oaks redevelopment, now called Bright Walk, this was one of the funding sources that was in the Bright Walk deal. That 108 loan was taken out at the beginning of the project and has already been repaid back. So you have your full borrowing authority from the federal government. This is a bond product, very much like your housing trust fund. What makes it unique is that instead of the bonds being paid back by the full faith and credit of the taxpayers, it actually leverages your CDBG program. So you actually borrow against future commitments of your CDBG program. And what we're proposing here, and you're going to see this coming up very soon, is a $25 million revolving loan fund. And this product will be focused really on property acquisition, some rehabilitation, and allowing for some economic development opportunities. Again, this is going to be set up as a revolving loan fund, allowing you to do the acquisition strategy that we've been talking about. So a partner would acquire using this fund, would develop a full proposal, and then once that full development was funded, they would, you would have the option of receiving a payback and refunding this or converting it into a long-term loan. So this just gives you another tool in your tool belt to make innovative, affordable housing plays. Staff thought that this was very timely, given all the work that's going on around your mobility investments and looking at your transit plans.
Warren, as you transition to the last slide, can you remind me and the committee that everything you've just discussed, or most everything, is things that we are doing or can do with funding sources separate from the $5 million Innovation Pilot Fund?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So everything that we've been discussing is based on investments that you have already made in things like corridors of opportunity, or using your federal funds in different ways. And the purpose of sharing all of this with you is so that you have a clear picture on what staff is already working on, the way that we're moving forward your objectives, so that knowing that you can go into a conversation about what else would you like to do with your $5 million innovation fund that you have available. So if you'll go to that last slide, skip that one. So here was just setting this up, and that is the end of my of providing the presentation. Happy to answer any questions on anything that you've seen. Really trying to get a sense from council on, is there something new and different out there that you're interested in that you'd like to have us investigate with for your pilot fund? Are there any of the concepts that I just discussed that you would like to go bigger, farther, or faster on? And then what are your priorities with that fund? And I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Mayfield? Thank you, Madam Chair. Warren, thank you for a really great presentation. Sean, thank you for all the support you have given. Couple of questions. When we're looking at this pilot opportunity out for Albemarle, what budget line item is that initial million coming from?
So that's coming out of your home funds.
Okay, so, I wanted to clarify that is out of the home, not the HTF, the
Correct.
Housing Trust, so that people know, because we're gonna have quite a few requests coming in for the trust funds. Now, where I will say I have a concern, when we're looking at the Community Impact Revolving Loan Fund, that the idea of getting a loan off of potential future assets gives me concern. We did that with our CIP, and we're now looking at budget shortfalls. We have a constantly moving target right now out of the White House. We just had back in February, the new HUD secretary wanting to prioritize the GSC privatization and what that could mean with having access to HUD dollars as we move forward. So I would definitely like for us to take our time and do as much research as possible before moving down that particular path. I would also like to share, when I think of possible innovation, no other city has, to my knowledge, and even trying to do a search online, actually has the building out the ground where they've combined fire. One of the many conversations was around, if it's a multifamily unit, basically fire stations open 24/7, the trucks, when there is an event and they need to leave out, what that potential impact could be, versus finding a lot large enough where we have a station and have housing close by. So think about off of Mount Holly, Huntersville Road, we have the fire station right on Mount Holly, Huntersville, and we approved some rezoning for a business that's basically across the street, but we have several new multifamily projects that's been approved or in early construction nearby. I like the idea of us having a conversation Where I have a challenge is the fact that the North Carolina General Assembly, we have minimal building codes, so unless we're going to be able to implement a higher standard of insulation, wall bearing thickness, as well as windows to help offset some of that potential impact, that's something I think we definitely have more opportunity around. Years ago, we started the conversation around tiny homes. I think we can find out where we are policy-wise to see if that is still a viable option for the city, and looking at the impact of 3D homes. Now, 3D homes, that's only the foundation and part of the construction, but they're already building 3D homes in Texas and California and a couple of other cities, so we can look to them to see how far along they've gotten. People, even in Atlanta, Habitat for Humanity, I believe Texas was where they piloted a 3D home community. We can do a check-in to see where are they, how is the quality of life inside the home, and if our policy language will give us the ability, because one, that also supports a small business, potentially in manufacturing, by having one of those companies open up here, and that gives us the ability to look at some of our smaller lots. So when I think about innovation, I definitely appreciate the idea of how do we combine services, but we have to think about some of those services are 24 hours, and what would the quality of life for the potential residents look like if we were to go in that direction, and how do we consider all the what-ifs on the front end in order to support something that will benefit the community for a generation
Thank you.
or more. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman
Madam
Brown here.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll get you on the list, Councilman Brown. How are you?
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple of questions. Councilmember Mayfield raised this very important point about borrowing from future allocation. I agree with her. I did write that point down. It does concern me, especially with uncertainty that we are experiencing at the federal level. If you're going to be borrowing from the future allocation, and if that funding source goes away, how do we pay it back? If you just write it off, if the federal government writes it off, I'm okay with that. But if it doesn't, are we really having to borrow against our general tax dollars? And that concerns me.
It's a valid concern. I will get you a response on how that actually works.
Yeah, I just, this approach is new. I appreciate your bringing new ideas and creative ways to address the problems today. I appreciate that. But just borrowing from future allocation, it's just troubling for me. But currently, the source that we would be potentially borrowing from, which is CDBG,
Correct.
Isn't that currently being used to address homelessness and for those that are living with AIDS, housing for that?
Yes, ma'am. You use that fund for a lot of different sources, and you would continue to do that work. It would just shift how you would do that work.
But wouldn't we have to pay interest? Would this be interest-free loan?
It is an interest-bearing loan, but we pass those costs on to the borrowers. So it ends up being a low-cost financing source.
Oh, got it. So
where
the
your
developer
partners-
will pay?
Correct.
And this is a recourse loan?
It is.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. I have a few more questions, Madam Chairwoman. So on HTA, we do provide gap financing for a lot of this, which is great, and because we are leveraging other dollars, whether it be federal or state. Is there an interest rate we are charging?
It's negotiated with the developer. It's either zero or very low, usually around 2%.
Got it. And are we tracking the payouts?
Absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
this all goes into a financing system. We have a fairly sophisticated back end
Okay.
that all of your loan information is captured in.
Got it. I appreciated how you elevated this small landlord retrofit loan program, because what we are doing is collaborating with our code enforcement to make these units affordable and habitable and safe, instead of hedge funds coming in, buying these dilapidated buildings and then rehabbing it, and then all of a sudden we see displacement because now the rents are doubled or tripled. So that's great that we are actually really competing with the private sector. I really like that idea. So I'd certainly like to elevate that. I'm sure you probably were expecting me to bring this up, Warren. If you go back to Tree Bank, it does concern me. As soon as you brought that up, I was like, because, if you look at our Clean Air Carolinas report by, where it looks at the air quality, it has done study on the air quality in Crescent versus the Wedge, and it has shown that the air quality is poorer especially in Crescent. So if we are going to be looking at the quality of life and health issues, I don't think it's a good idea for residents who will be living in affordable housing to not benefit from tree canopy, which is very important. It's not just about the financial piece of it. I think it's a quality of life issue. It's a health issue at the end of the day. Because what we are doing, what we might be contributing to, it's the negative quality of life, because we are just looking at the bottom line and not overall health. And that is very important as we are looking at upward mobility. We got to look at the health factor. And if you look at I-77 and the construction of it, 277, and how it really destroyed neighborhoods, because it created this freeway where it divided neighborhoods, and where we are seeing larger impact from heat. Because there are very less trees in that area. And Tree Charlotte is now retrofitting by planting trees. So if we were to implement that, we're actually creating more work for Tree Charlotte and really creating negative impact on quality of life. I don't think that we should ultimately decide, we should let the developer decide where trees goes. There is a reason we made an intentional effort to require higher tree canopy as part of the UDO, which I championed, and I just have a trouble with this idea. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilman Brown.
And I certainly understand your concerns. I'm going to take that back to the group. It could also be a problem with my description of this, so we're going to let the experts continue to work on this, but I will take those concerns back, and you'll hear that one again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown? Councilmember Brown, did you have a question?
Hey, is that Dr. Wallace in there?
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Hey, hon, I can't see you because I don't have the camera on, but no, I'm going to tune in with what you guys said and what Mayfield has said. It's just self-explanatory with that. And I just support the committee. This is my favorite committee because we work hard and great minds think alike. So no, I don't have a whole lot to say today. I'm virtual, so I like to be present, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it, but I yield back to you, Chairman.
No
Thanks.
worries, and good to hear your voice.
Likewise.
Councilmember Johnson?
May I take her questions?
Not all of them.
Thank you. This is also my favorite work that we do as well. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the work that you do, you and Sean. I appreciate that. So I have a question on a couple of the slides, a few of the slides. I'm going to go to slide, I guess it's 4. And there was the breakdown of the $100 million implementation. the Supporting Housing and Shelter. There's going to be a Housing Trust Fund RFP. Can you give me some details about that?
Yes, ma'am. So in your current Housing Development Fund RFP, shelter is considered supportive housing, so supportive housing and shelter, they are already in your RFP. So a new provider of supportive housing can come and request money under the housing trust fund. And that's not new, Councilmember Johnson. That's something that's been there for quite a while.
Okay. And I just want to make sure my colleagues know, we're all familiar with Hill Charlotte. They do great work in the community, and I believe today was the last day, let's see, they were requesting additional funding, right, Sean? Do you have any information on that? They were requesting additional funding because the lease, I think, expired today. This was the end of the lease. So I know that they're providing great supportive housing and shelter in the area, and the ARPA dollars have run out, correct?
Yes, if you dial back the clock, we provided housing support grants to a handful of community partners to the tune of about $6.5 million. Heal Charlotte received a little in excess of $2 million for the Heal Charlotte campus in Northeast Charlotte. Most of that went towards us supporting the master lease for 1 year, and the 1 year has now expired. So yes, that's correct.
Okay. So we still have the need. I just want to talk to my colleagues. We still have the need. They're doing great work in the community. So I've spoken to you about this, Sean, so I still want to lift them up because there are families that are in need. So if there's anything that we can do, I don't know if there's a pilot for that, or if they're planning to submit the RFP for the supportive housing and shelter dollars. But I just think it's really, really important to maintain programs like that. Next, I wanted to Heal Charlotte. Greg Jackson, yeah. And I know he's watching. So, but whether he's watching or not, that's a very important program in our community. They're providing.
Well, he can always go back and watch. I'm on with Hill Charlotte as well.
Yeah,
They're doing great work. So thank you, Councilmember Johnson. They are doing amazing work.
Right.
So I second you on that.
Okay, thank you. Also, I want to go to slide 10. And the zoning for partner institutions, you mentioned an admin zoning process?
Correct.
Okay. I understand the desire to streamline processes, but I think I would have a concern with less rezonings than more. So I just wanted some more information about that, or if we can just, if you can keep us posted on that information.
You'll see this one again.
Good, okay. The pattern book, I think that's a great idea to provide information for residents. I'm excited to learn more about that, yeah. And the tree bank, I would share the same concerns as Councilmember Ashmira. I also wanted to ask about a land bank. In other cities, there are land banks where nonprofit and different individuals can buy property from the city at an affordable rate. Is that something you've researched?
So we've done, we've done some research on that. We do have the ability, you have the ability to make purchases for a public purpose. And so really it is just a difference in language that we use. So you are able to acquire land. The difference is that you kind of have to, you have to connect a public purpose to that purchase. But affordable housing would be the public purpose. That's a tongue twister.
Right, it is.
And that's really what we're talking about when we're talking about land acquisition strategies, is getting a hold of these parcels that have a strategic purpose for your priorities, and then figuring out the best use, who the best partner is, and what the best design is for that site. So while I'm not using the word land bank, structurally we're doing a very similar activity.
So I know, I'm sorry. I know that we have, and we've talked to Sean. I remember Sean and I and Councilmember Driggs, we were on a call when there were certain developers that were going to have access to city land for affordable housing projects. But I think that was like 6 developers. So there was just a limited number. This would be something that would be available to the public.
Yes, and your land is now available to the public. As we go through these processes, you'll see some projects coming up for you this month that is land. Those went out into an RFP, and we received multiple proposals in sometimes from local developers, sometimes from international developers, but they are available for anyone to place to send in a proposal on.
Okay, and that RFP went out?
It did.
Is it still open?
It is not.
Okay. Okay, and purchasing of land, is that available just for affordable housing, or is it also available for small business owners? Because one of the things that have been identified in these TODs or corridors of opportunities, there are small businesses
Sure.
that can no longer afford to be there, and they've been holding down that area for, years. What programs are we looking at for small business owners to acquire their building or to purchase the land?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, Councilmember Johnson. I'm going to do my best not to steer over into economic development territory.
Okay.
And economic development, your transit staff, your planning staff, we have actively been in conversations about how we work more closely together. So some of that work that I was talking with you about on, I apologize, slide 8. This could be a mixed purpose where economic development, housing, and a municipal service could all be in that same area. So while I don't have a particular program for you today, we are actively having conversations, especially around your TOD development lines,
Yes.
on how we not only ensure that there is affordable housing, but there's also affordable commercial space so that those investments of yours can not only be a benefit to residents, but also to businesses that are starting up that are providing services to those residents.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think about North Tryon and all the small
Sure.
businesses that are on North Tryon, and there are areas like that all over the city, so thank you. Slide 10, I want to congratulate UNC Charlotte for their R1 research status.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exciting. So
It is.
it's nice to see that you're utilizing that resource here in the city. There, the Charlotte Urban Institute, and we're working closely with the university for that information. So that makes sense, right? We're utilizing a resource that we already have in the community.
Absolutely. And my humble opinion is that we need to use them more. The UNCC is a great institution and a great asset to our community. So we work very hard to partner with them as much as possible.
Okay. And then the housing simulator, the housing policy simulator. I love that idea. And hopefully we can eliminate the term unintended consequences out of our vocabulary in the city. My first grade grandson can't even get away with that in school. So I think that that's good if we look at how our policy is going to be applied and the consequences of our policies. So I'd like to hear more about that as well. That's great. That's
Sure.
a great idea. The Albemarle Landing property. Are there any 30% units in this development?
That is a good catch. There are not. As this one did not come in under the Housing Trust Fund, the structure, the reason that council, you see a lot of 30% units is because you asked for them. And so because this one did not come in under your original Housing Trust Fund, it has a mix that goes from 50 to 70.
Okay. So one of the things Councilmember Mitchell always says is public dollars is for public good. And I think we as the city, it's our responsibility to serve our most vulnerable residents. So I will put on record, I won't be supporting any opportunity that does not include 30% AMI. I've proven that with the Ballantyne Reimagine and consistently. So I don't believe that we should support any project that does not serve our most vulnerable and residents. We have such a housing deficit, and I would imagine that 30% AMI is one of the largest deficits, so I wouldn't be supporting it. Are these ready to rent?
Yes, this is constructed.
Okay.
These are actively being rented.
So this reminds me of a project a couple years ago that came before us, Ready to Rent. It was in District 5, and it was not supported because it was outside of the scope of what we usually did. So I like the fact that we're being more flexible for these opportunities, but the lack of 30% AMI, I wouldn't support it. I would hope that I hope I would not be the only one. Will they allow second chance opportunities, such as individuals with criminal backgrounds or individuals with eviction on their record? I think that should be a question when we're looking at supporting developers who come to us. They should be solving problems that we have. So I would want that to be a consideration as also. And lastly, I agree with Councilmember Mayfield and Councilmember Ashmira regarding the CDBG dollars and the future allocations. I think with our economy, we are potentially on the edge of a recession. I think we should be very, very careful with that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions, comments, concerns? Staff, you got any follow-ups or anything that you'd like to share?
You've
Got
given
some
me
homework assignments.
Yes, homework assignments. Yes.
No surprise there, no surprise there. All right, well, 5:30, but we can end right now.
Okay, well, since we got
What is it?
Thank you. So Warren, I want to make sure that when you bring the information back, we get as much as possible, because I hear the concerns that my colleagues have regarding the tree save, but I also know that some of us have talked to some of our developer partners, specifically Habitat and I believe Dream Key, where they've run into some challenges financially because of our tree save. So I think we have an opportunity of having all the information. I would definitely want some very strong guardrails regarding who has access to it, so that it doesn't become an opportunity, for lack of a better word, of free fall for development. There are some cases where the consideration can be made. That is not a catch-all for all of our potential partners, especially when it comes to partners that we don't have a long history with. What I'm also concerned about is, we all read the news recently regarding a business deal that one of our largest partners in Libya entered in with a developer that's causing a lot of challenges, and that potentially is going to make its way. So if we can figure out a way to really look at the need in the community, the need of that particular area of town, and who that partner is, and if that is a partner that has a solid history with the city of Charlotte, I think there's room for consideration. I personally do not have a problem with this particular project, because I have been saying for years we need workforce housing, because our workforce is being displaced. And for me, a lower interest loan that's going to be repaid back, I like that idea a lot better than cutting that $3 to $5 million check on something. Not to mention, these are individuals that a little assistance helps maintain you at sustainability and or gets you to self-sustainability, versus all of the wraparound services where we really need the county to be at the table. For me,
these are some of the projects that I've been asking for years, because you're going to have that building around a lot longer when you have varying price points in there and different levels of income. And potentially you also have some actual market rate that's in there. The more 30% and below we have, the more money is needed from local government, and our federal government is is potentially creating some challenges there. Vouchers, individuals are losing access to them, or their vouchers are being reduced drastically. At the end of the day, it's still a business. And if they can't make their numbers work, then they're not going to be able to convince the banking partners to make that investment. So I appreciate you just bringing us multiple ways for us to figure out which one is the one that we can get 6+ votes on.
Thank you. I would also add that I do think that we would be remiss, and today we're not talking about specifically what changes for us as we go forward because of changes at the federal and the state level, but obviously I know that this innovation considered those potential risks and had that in mind when you all were working on this. I do think that we need to start thinking about what does that mean in terms of what our priority investments are. We simply won't be able to do as much as we've been able to do, particularly at some of the lower AMI ratings. And to Vice Chair Mayfield's point, we've got to think about how do we invest in such a way that we are able to enable the city to function. And I think that means workforce housing. We definitely don't want to be in a situation where we don't have people who are able to be near their jobs, to work and to contribute in our economy. And so we've got a lot of tough decisions, I think, to make. And I'm lifting up that we just need to acknowledge that as much as we are proud of the work we've been able to do at all AMI levels, if we really have to start making some choices about where we invest for the largest return for the broader community, for me, it's got to be tied to workforce housing and how we allow and enable people to sustain and to grow through socioeconomically. We simply cannot subsidize abject and ongoing poverty through this program. To me, that would be a miss with our dollars. So lots more discussions to come for sure, but definitely I think we've got to start being real honest with ourselves about what we're looking at. Councilmember Jamira?
I agree with Madam Chairwoman. We got a lot of tough decisions ahead. We have finite amount of resources, and the ask is a lot more than we can fund it all, right? So for this one, I do agree with Councilmember Mayfield. We do need some workforce housing, because I hear from people that have a job and they're making $25,000 but cannot afford to live in the city of Charlotte. So we want to have options for those individuals as well who have some income, who has a job but still can't afford to live here. So this will provide that workforce housing. In fact, I remember when this project had come up, Councilmember Johnson and I were probably the only ones who supported this, even though our policy didn't allow it, because back then you had to apply or request these funds early in the process. This was well already in construction, or the construction had already completed, and that's why it was not, it didn't fit our criteria, so it was ruled out. But I'm glad to see it has come back and they're providing additional affordability time frame. In terms of a tree bank, I hear the concerns from our affordable housing developers, but I just want us to be mindful about our overall quality of life impact, especially health impact, because that has a direct impact to our upward mobility. So if we can, there is a map out there that I have seen of urban heat islands, and or there are certain areas that are considered urban heat areas that fall under that category. If we can take a look at that and somehow make sure we are not contributing to that problem as we are developing some policy around that. Because we want to be able to find a solution for our affordable housing developers, to Councilmember Mayfield's point, but we also do not want to add to this urban heat issue that we already know there are areas that struggle far more than others. So if we can balance that, that would be great. Well, that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. Any additional comments before we close out?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you so much. This is Councilmember Brown, as I was stating, I'm virtual. But I did hear Councilmember Mayfield loud and clear, and also Councilmember Johnson and Ashmir, as well as yourself. Like I said, this is my favorite committee, but for the point of the workforce development piece, I love that. But, you know, when we start to think of affordability, let's really have a real conversation about what's affordable and what's not, depending on, you know, your income bracket and what you bring home monthly, your debt to income ratio. Charlotte is becoming so unaffordable. And when we start speaking in terms of people that work every day and go to work every day, we got to really dig deep and see what we can do to show up for the most vulnerable population in the best way that we can. And I think with intentionality and goodwill, we do that. This committee does, and so we're able to pull it forward and share it with our colleagues at the dais. But, you know, tiny homes should not be something that's ruled out. You know, that should really be something that we really look into. I've been talking to people, and they are comfortable with that. And so I don't want to go back and repeat everything you said. Of course, the members of the committee have said, I pretty much agree with everything you're saying, but something has to be done. What has to be done is that lies in our hand. We have to really put our minds together and really think of what can be done and how we can put our best foot forward and continue to move forward with our best foot, you know, so in transparency and in truth. But that's all I have. I like what I'm hearing. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. I did want to, and I see Councilmember Johnson, I did have one comment as she brought up the tiny homes. It leads me into something I'd like us to look into for a future meeting, and it's the recent House, or the recent bill in the North Carolina General Assembly that was just filed, that was focused on land use restrictions and by right development and those kinds of things, and how that may impact items. I want to say I remember there was something in there in regards to being able to build tiny homes, but I say that to say that I know those are land use policies, but certainly expect that they would impact housing and what potential opportunities are. So would love to get an understanding of how that might apply. Councilmember Johnson?
Thank you. I want to piggyback off of that. If you could look up shipping container homes, I brought that up in 2020. So see if, you know, what the possibility of that is. I know that other cities are doing that. And then I wanted to know, what is the AMI that we are referring to? And what would the rent be for the 50%, 60%, and 70% AMI?
Councilmember Johnson, that's a great question.
I do not have that information in front of me, but I can get it to you. We have the schedules in the documents.
Okay, thank you.
And so, Dr. Wallington, real quick on what you just said, has it been a Dillon, you know, rule city, Charlotte is? It's important that people understand those challenges as well. And 40 out of the 50 states are dealing with that. So that, you know, we are some restraints that we cannot push past, you know, that's just what it is. But if we can, we certainly ought to be trying to move in that direction. But that's all I have.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And with that, ladies and gentlemen.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
So moved.
Renee, just so that you know, you just do it.